Bom dia a todos. Gostaria inicialmente de saudar os nossos.
Good morning to all. I'd like to greet all of our attendants in this panel about mining and fuel. I am Carlos Freire. I am the head of the nuclear industries in Brazil.
Magnus Morris,
I have here with me Mr. Carlos Mori, Magnus Mori, Mr. David Durskin, Vice President of Cameco, Marcio Adriano, the head of production of nuclear fuel at INB, Marcio Remedio, Geology Director and Director of Mineral Resource at CPRM, and Mrs. Lilia Marcarenhas, the Head Secretary of the Mining, Geology and Mineral Transformation Secretary in the Ministry of Mines and Energy in Brazil. I'd like to thank all those who are watching us right now. And with no further ado, since we have such short time, I'd like to start passing the floor to our first panelist, which is Dr. Magnus Mori, my longtime friend. So Mr. Mori, please feel free to introduce yourself and your presentation.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, bon dia, everyone. Let me start by sharing my screen. And then we can start a few remarks. Market trends, the right sizing of production and now war are having a disrupting effect on the nuclear fuel cycle. The goal of my presentation is to give an overview of the current challenges, starting with a brief introduction of Urenco, presenting an analysis of the fuel cycle and the market, and finally, concluding focusing on enrichment and the next generation fuels. Urenco was founded about 50 years ago. And as you can see here, every time that Urenco changed its business model because of the nature of enrichment, an international treaty was needed. Ours is a long history that generated and was based on several investments and the construction of 4 enrichment plants across the world, which is one of our unique selling points. Today, we have a global reach with 1 enrichment plant in the United Kingdom, in Keukenhorst, 1 enrichment plant in the Netherlands, in Almelo, 1 enrichment plant in the United States, in Eunice, New Mexico, and 1 enrichment plant in Germany, in Gronau, to be precise. Our headquarters are in the UK, but we are truly a multinational company, also with offices in Arlington, next to Washington, and an office in Beijing. But today, I really want to focus on the fuel cycle and its challenges. I'm sure that a lot of you are familiar with the different steps of the fuel cycle, from mining to conversion, enrichment, and fabrication. And I'm sure that David will expand on mining and conversion, that part of the core business at Cameco. What I want to focus on, though, is the current situation of the market. And in particular, the fact that, as I said at the beginning, market trends and the right sizing of production over the last few years, where effectively we had to reduce the scope of our operations, especially in the Western world, we came to a situation where today supply is lower than market demand by about 26% in the mining sector. We have a gap in production specific for conversion of about 49%, while we have an excess capacity in the enrichment market of about 19 or 20%. This is caused by the nature of the different businesses and how, for instance, mining and conversion operations were restructured. You may recall that ConverDyn mothballed their conversion plant in the United States, how Cameco shut down mines. However, the same is not possible for enrichment, as INB well knows. For instance, once the centrifuges are operating, they need to keep spinning. They cannot be shut down and then restarted. Hence, the long-term overcapacity in the enrichment sector. Where are we today with these market trends? If we focus on enrichment specifically, and if we consider security of supply, which I think is a very, very actual topic at the moment, we see that we have four major macro areas that we can look at. One is Europe and the United States. One is Russia, and in general, the Russian design nuclear reactors. Then we have China and the rest of the world. So if we look specifically at the percentage of the global demand of these different areas, we see that about 60% of the global demand for enrichment services is located in Europe and the United States. The local enrichers are Urenco and Orano, and the capacity coverage is about 95%. If we take that, if we discount that by looking at underfeeding, that is to say the upgrading of tails or depleted uranium, we see that the local supply versus the demand is of about 80%, meaning that it's a market that is very well balanced and there's some need for imports. If we look at the Russia or at the Russian area of influence, we see that the overall demand of that geographic area is about 5 to 10% of global demand. However, the capacity of Rosatom is about 8 times that demand. And if you consider also the level of upgrading of tails, of depleted uranium or underfeeding, you see that capacity is about 5 times what the demand is. Next, we're looking at China. China at the moment is responsible for 15% of global demand, and they're pretty much self-sufficient. It's just some minor imports. And then finally, if we look at the rest of the world, for instance, Brazil, but we're also looking at South Africa and Japan, we see that those are the areas where local supply is at the moment limited, and there's more imports. So to conclude on this topic, we have obviously a severe imbalance, and the current situation with the war in the Ukraine is potentially exacerbating that imbalance. If you think, for instance, about the gap that I mentioned earlier of conversion services, where we start from a minus 49% supply versus demand balance, and if we think about the amount of underfeeding or secondary supply of conversion services and uranium that Russia delivers to the market, you can imagine the criticality of that imbalance. So at Urenco, we are addressing this by changing our strategy. However, this is an exercise that will take a few months, and at the moment, it's very difficult for us to comment on the actual trends. What I can tell you, though, is looking at the future, is what we're doing in the immediate future, for instance, to supply the demand for higher enrichment, specifically to satisfy the requirements for accident-tolerant fuels, for fuels that are more economical, and for fuels that are designed to sustain higher burn-ups. At Urenco, we already produce 5.95% enriched material that we only use at site because it cannot be transported. However, we are extending our licenses at our plant in Kippenhurst and at our plant in the United States to reach enrichments up to 10%. And we will have first production of the higher enrichment by the end of 2024 or early 2025. This is an investment that does not imply any hardware change, or very, very little. It's mostly engineering and procedural and licensing costs. In parallel, there's a big effort that is ongoing in logistics to license and certify new packages to transport higher than 5% material. So this is the medium-term vision for advanced fuels. And then we have a medium to long-term vision, which looks more at high-assay, low-enriched uranium, or HALEU. The demand for this specific enrichment is arising very quickly, especially connected to advanced reactors, generation 4 reactors. However, the investment required for this production is much, much higher because a new facility would be needed, especially because of the requirements associated with the different categorization of the facility from a safeguards and security perspective. At Urenco, we are currently considering 2 sites, Urenco USA in New Mexico and Urenco UK in Kippenhurst in the United Kingdom. The estimated investment is about $200 to $300 million. However, there is no need for research and development or technology development because we would be using the same centrifuges we use today. We just have to put them in a different configuration in a different facility. And in terms of availability of this material, we estimate that the whole project from design to engineering, procurement, licensing, and finally construction and commissioning would take about 6 to 7 years. So to conclude then, at the moment, globally speaking, we have a very well-functioning and highly interconnected global fuel supply chain. Near-term disruptions have always been addressed, for instance, by the use of inventories, near to long-term operational adjustments. And in general, what we've always observed is that Western fuel cycle players have always been very reactive to market signals within the limits of their technology, for instance. However, we do have a challenge with enrichment when we have significant capital investment. And once we start the centrifuges, unfortunately, we cannot stop them, which causes some imbalances in supply and demand. At the same time, there are requirements that are more in the future and that need to be prioritized today to enable the nuclear future, specifically for advanced reactors. And for those specific investments and for those specific projects, we are actively engaging with governments and developers to enable that delivery. That concludes my presentation, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Magnus. I'm really glad to see you again. It was a very objective and well-informative speech. And we could see all the activities worldwide of our dear Urenco. I'd like to give some more information saying that we have an ongoing poll during our speeches, during our debate, and you can answer our poll using the QR code that's on your screen, and then you can answer to that poll. It's really important for us so that we can have a feedback from all of you who are watching us right now. I'd like to move forward. I think that we have a Q&A session in the end after Mrs. Lilian Mascarenhas. As a second speaker, I'd like to invite Dr. David Dorsken, the Vice President of Cameco. Please, Dr. David, feel free to start your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Ferreri, for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here. It's a great opportunity to participate in this event, a very important time in our nuclear fuel cycle, and I think for the nuclear industry overall. We have seen rapid changes in our industry, and before I begin talking about uranium mining and the uranium market, I thought it might be useful just to look back even a few years in terms of the development that we've seen in our industry. I think looking back, even 2 to 3 years, we have seen nuclear power becoming an incredibly important part of the global clean energy transition. We are hearing for the last number of years, and now with increasing urgency, we're hearing terminology like climate change, global warming, climate catastrophe, decarbonizing the grid, the race to net zero. And I think this urgency has really highlighted the role for nuclear power to be part of that solution. I think probably one of the only proven technologies that can provide baseload, 24/7, dispatchable, no emissions power at a level that can actually make a difference on a global scale. And so it simply has to be part of the solution. And I think furthermore, over the last several years, we've seen increasing commitments, either renewal of commitments or new commitments from countries, companies, many including nuclear, but recommitting to net zero goals. I would point to a few in the EU. The Sustainable Finance Taxonomy for the very first time actually includes nuclear, a major breakthrough. In the US, we are seeing very real, I would say, policy changes and support for the existing reactor fleet. We're seeing focus and support for advanced reactor technology, SMR technology. In China, growth continues. In India, growth continues. France has shifted from a declining role of nuclear back to growth mode for nuclear. The UK recommitted or committing again to nuclear new builds. South Korea very recently pivoting also from a declining role for nuclear back to growth for nuclear. Japan has committed again, nuclear has to be part of their clean energy solution. And I think everywhere we are seeing SMRs, the small modular reactors. I'd point to Canada, my home country, as leading in this role as well. So overall, I would say the industry has seen significant tailwinds over the last few years. And of course, with growing demand for nuclear, that points to growing demand for the feedstock. And then what I'll talk about today is uranium. And that comes exactly at a time, and I think we talked about this last year as well, the growing demand for uranium is coming at exactly at the time when the supply is becoming less certain. And I think my colleague Magnus pointed to a number of the reasons why we saw low supply or decreasing supply for uranium, largely driven, I'd say, by low prices for many years, resulted in what we call supply discipline, which is basically productive capacity being idled. So mines being shut in for temporary suspension. We saw no new investment in the mining assets that are needed to sustain the industry going forward. We saw several mines reach their end of life and shut down permanently. Over the last few years, we've seen, I'd say, unplanned supply interruption due to COVID. So the net effect has been, again, as was pointed out previously, that the primary supply of uranium has dropped well below demand, what's actually needed in terms of requirements and future demand to meet requirements for the industry. And that difference has been met by secondary supply, which means that effectively the industry has started to destock. The inventory has started to decrease because primary production has been too low. So those have been the fundamentals that we would have talked about at the end of last year, even beginning of this year. Growing demand, growing focus on nuclear, and supply being a bit of a challenge. So if we fast forward even just to the events of a few months ago, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what that has done is actually caused I'd say the very favorable fundamentals of our industry to collide with a geopolitical realignment. This is a profound shift in our industry. I think it'll have dramatic effects in our industry. And I think we're just starting to see the beginning here. It's very early stages. I think, as we all know, Russia has been a very big part of the global nuclear fuel cycle. Almost 50% of enrichment capacity, probably just under 30% of conversion capacity. Those are the services that rely on the core uranium feedstock, so also a significant supplier of uranium. And so now the industry finds itself, I think, trying to disentangle the nuclear fuel cycle and trying to do it very, very quickly. We're seeing that a number of countries have become quite concerned about sources of supply for nuclear fuel. Just recently, part of a US trade mission to the Czech Republic and talking to other countries in that forum as well. I would say in general, the Eastern European countries pivoting very sharply to the West and away from Russia to look for security of supply from the West. I'd say for the Western markets in general, and perhaps pointing to North America, perhaps Europe as well, it seems to be more a question of when and not if. So when will Russian fuel supply no longer be available to the Western utilities? Whether it's sanctions imposed by the Western countries themselves or self-sanctioning by Russia, I think, as we've seen perhaps on the gas side in recent days. The question is, will it be a sudden stop or will it be a gradual ramp down of fuel from this source? And then I'd offer as well, it's not only sanctions. I think there will be secondary and maybe even tertiary impacts. For example, shipping. We saw logistics becoming a bit of a pinch point in the industry, perhaps as a recovery out of COVID, the economic recovery. And what we're seeing is actually
O que estamos vendo, na verdade,
increased difficulty in shipping
é
through
aumento nas
via
dificuldades de transmissão.
insurance not available. So there are cascading effects that are not directly sanction related. So I think the question becomes, how do we minimize the impact on nuclear power plants, on the industry? How do we maintain the resilience of the industry? Basic question, basic view, no one wants the lights to go out. So how do we maintain that stability as we see a market that's dealing with uncertainty and change? For the uranium market, where the supply needs to come from as a starting point, I think a number of factors will come into play. I think we're going to see significant destocking, continuing inventory drawdown in the industry. That's utilities. It's material that's in process with fabricators, if it's EUP, material that's with enrichers as UF6, converters as U308, producers as U308. I think we'll see destocking throughout the fuel cycle, every point in the fuel cycle. I think we'll see upward flex in existing contracts where utility customers already have arrangements in place. Many times those contracts provide for some flexibility in volume. And we'll see upward flex as more feedstock is needed. I think as Magnus noted, perhaps to cover for a shift away from underfeeding and enrichment, more feedstock will be needed. I think we would also see more demand in the spot market. I know that has increased over the course of the last year in particular with interest from financial funds. That interest will likely remain, in my view. And I think we'll see others reaching out to the spot market as well to try to pick up some of that feedstock. And then looking forward a little bit, as inventory is drawn down, we would expect those inventories to be replenished at even higher levels to maintain security of supply in times of uncertainty. And so what that means, we would expect long-term contracting to increase as well, as utilities focus on security of supply over the long term to cover their needs and to rebuild the inventory. So from a Cameco perspective, we are seeing these market impacts already, and we're in the early stages of dealing with it. Just looking back quickly again to 2021, favorable market fundamentals at that time. We were starting to see what we see as a durable, sustainable transition in the nuclear fuel market. We were seeing in our contracting an increase in the duration or the time frame of the contracts, many stretching into the 2030s as utilities were looking far ahead for security of supply. We saw volumes increasing, and this, I think, was in anticipation of a market transition. And we were already starting to see, I'd say, a greater focus on origin. In many cases, utilities driven by factors like ESG, where investors were focused on their supply chain, the utility supply chain, and where is the material coming from. So we were seeing that shift already. I think with what we're seeing in the industry now, the geopolitical changes and the focus on security of supply, we expect to see this uranium market transition continue. And I would say this next layer of demand will actually focus on de-risking the impact of this geopolitical shift we've seen in the market. The other thing I'd say in terms of a uranium market dynamic is we do see this as an incumbents recovery, that the first part of this market recovery will depend on existing suppliers. Existing contracts, as I mentioned, they have flex up features, many of them do. And if there's an existing arrangement, it's often easy, or it's easier to simply extend that. So that'll be the first part. If you look at the production sources, again, if you're looking at security of supply, it's easier, or perhaps you'd say more secure, to actually deal with production that's already licensed, permitted. The production can flex up, the pounds are in the ground ready to go, rather than to take the risk, in the case of mining, to take the risk in developing a new mine, potential mine, the capital development risk, the timeline risk, the geological risk that's just inherent in the mining industry. So again, from a supply perspective, the first stage at least will be, I think, driven by existing suppliers. Back to a Cameco perspective in terms of the uranium market and our production. As you may know, we had already made the decision to bring McArthur and Key Lake, the world's largest mine mill complex. We had already made the decision to bring that complex back into production. Our decision was based on our view that the uranium market is undergoing a transition, so it's time to be prepared for it. But it's also based on our strategy of continued supply discipline. And for us, that means meeting market demand when it is apparent in the form of long-term contracts and not getting ahead of that market demand. So the first step for us is always to enter into long-term contracts so the production has a home when it is actually brought into production, and we will not produce into the spot market. So that's the basic premise behind our decision to start production at McArthur. We're planning to produce 5 million pounds this year. We've said that we plan to increase to 15 million pounds by 2024. So I would note that's still that notion of supply discipline. Before McArthur was pulled back and the capacity was idled, we were producing over 18 million pounds a year. We've got capacity to go to 25 million pounds a year. But for now, the right level was 15 million pounds a year. in 2024. And at the same time, in 2024, we plan to pull Cigar Lake back. It's producing at 18 million pounds, and we're looking to pull that back to about 13.5 million pounds. I would note that we would love to have both of these mines in full production. Our partners would as well. But again, the goal here is we do not want to get ahead of the market signal. With the geopolitical changes that we're seeing and with the shift in focus to security of supply, we would expect to see that in long-term contracting. And when we do, we're actually very well positioned on the uranium side to increase production to meet that demand. So maybe I'd wrap up my remarks here by simply saying the nuclear industry, I think, is continuing to face just unprecedented opportunity to contribute to a global initiative that has to happen, and nuclear will be there. It has the opportunity. I would offer that the Russia-Ukraine events will cause significant change as a global nuclear fuel market needs to reset to adapt to this new geopolitical shift. That will take time. I think it will come with significant uncertainty, and the change will play out in the coming weeks, months, and maybe even years before we settle into a long-term solution. So uncertainty will continue for some time. I would say, just speaking for the uranium part of the industry and speaking for Cameco, we remain confident that Cameco, other Western suppliers, working with our utility customers, confident that we can provide the secure, sustainable, long-term supply that we need for a stable nuclear industry. So with that, Mr. Ferreri, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. David Dirksen, for your brilliant presentation with all these very pertinent considerations about everything that we're living in our planet, so to say. So now I pass the word to Dr. Marcio Adriano, who is Director of the National Brazilian Industries, for his presentation. Good morning to all. I'm very happy to be able to be here in this forum with people with such expertise in the market of uranium and fuel as a whole. So I will now share a short presentation, and perhaps I will change a little the perspective from what has been said up to now. So this is a presentation from the Nuclear Industries of Brazil. It's a state-owned company that has monopoly of the fuel cycle in Brazil. INB is entirely responsible for the nuclear fuel cycle in its different stages. With this new worldview and the changes of demand, and especially with the new technologies, we certainly also have concerns related to the demand as well as the technology. INB has to supply our national industry, and we need to keep our production capacity of fuel elements. So here's a bit of what we are thinking for the future. I divided the fuel cycle in two parts to show how we are facing the re-beginning of the nuclear movement. So the first part is supply from outside the country. So it's mining, conversion, and enrichment. So we understand that this is a consolidated technology, and there will be no significant advances in the next few years, except for a few changes in processes, some improvements in processes and efficiency. So INB basically works striving to increase our production for these 3 stages of the fuel cycle. The 3 last stages, reconversion, pellet fabrication, and fuel assembly, are entirely done here in Brazil. So any of the technological changes that come along, INB will have to adapt and sustain its supply capacity for our clients here in Brazil now and in the future. To give you an idea of the scenario of production of the fuel element here in Brazil, here's a timeline, our demands for fabrication. Currently, INB works with the Angra power plants, Angra 1 and Angra 2, and we are also working towards supplying for the first core of Angra 3. We also supply the fuel for the laboratory, the lab's gene, which is the Navy's lab in São Paulo. Starting in 2027, there will be a change in demand and a change in technology. So the beginning of operations of Angra 3 is meant to be in 2027. So we will have to supply 3 different power plants. And now we have a new technology arriving, which is the ATF, accident tolerant fuels. This technology began being developed after the Fukushima accident, and it's arriving to the market in these next few years. Moving on in the presentation, I will talk a little bit more about ATFs. Moving on, in the 10-year plan, energy plan in Brazil, we have to have by 2031, besides the 3 units of Angra, a new power plant in a new location. And also according to our National Energy Plan for 2050, we will certainly have some more power plants. We would like to increase the capacity, the nuclear capacity in Brazil to 10 gigawatts. These power plants might possibly be small modular reactors, and nowadays we are already talking, even within the SMRs, fuels using thorium. So this is the Brazilian scenario. This is where INB is working to provide for the Brazilian scenario. So about the first part of the fuel cycle, considering mining, we are now working Caetité in Bahia with a capacity of 260 to 360 tons per year. And the plan for the future is to double the chemical plant to 800 tons per year. And also there are studies being made for an underground mine in the Cachoeiras mine. It's an open pit mine. So we are working to increase the demand in Caetité. And also for 2024, we have an uranium mine in Ceará called Santa Quitéria. The production capacity will reach around 2,300 tons of uranium per year, which will be enough to supply for the demand 2024 for all the 3 units of Angra, and there will still be more production for exportation. And this is something that INB looks forward to, and it's the result of some indications from our mines and energy industry. We are looking into some new sites. INB has uranium reserves And we know that only 1/3 of the national territory has been prospected. Considering conversion now, INB does not carry out conversion in Brazil, but we have some initiatives. These we have never had much interest because these are plants that require a lot of investment, and in commercial terms they respond to 5% of the total fabrication cycle, and this is why we haven't had the initiative to make a large power plant of conversion, a large conversion plant. But it is expected that by 2035, we will have a deficit of conversion across the world. And we are concerned with this. In Brazil, we have a project in its initial phases. It's currently developing conceptual basis for a conversion power plant. And besides this, the INB, together with the Navy's Technological Center, are working in cooperation to carry on the deployment of a plant that already exists in São Paulo in the Navy site. It's a small capacity plant, and it's already in its final stages of setup. And this guarantees us the knowledge of the technology in Brazil. So in terms of enrichment, Brazil uses ultracentrifuge technology developed by the Brazilian Navy. We have a contract with the Brazilian Navy where the Navy develops the technology, and INB takes up the commercial part. So we will finish the first phase in December 2022, which is a testing phase. And we're still meaning to become a large-sized plant to supply the Brazilian demand. So this year, we will have it produce 70 tons of SWU per year, which is enough to supply for 70% of Angra 1's needs. But in the future, we have some movements towards this. We were working with the Navy to expand the ultracentrifuge factory. This will result in technological development and a partnership for the production of the ultracentrifuge plants. In this way, we will reach the second phase of 500 tons of SWU per year, which is certainly enough to provide for all the units of Angra. So in this first part, we will have 10 cascades in 4 modules, and in future, the idea is more than 30 cascades in 15 modules. We are planning today and taking action to do this in the site of INB itself.
Now I'll go to the second stage that I commented. We'll have some technological developments. The products will change, those which are currently being produced by INB. And that's where we will focus our priorities so that we can keep our production and meet the demand of our clients. So the first of all, we have the ADF, the extent tolerant fuels. It began due to the Fukushima incident. Then we started a group and we are developing it, and we hope that they will be already traded by the large players of fuel production starting on 2023. So it may happen. We may have an order from our clients, but it may become a requirement from our regulatory body. So we work to keep its production. Some features of this project, as we all know, the Fukushima accident happened due to interaction between some zircon alloys, and now we want to improve the safety for when we lose some coolant in the reactor. Some changes are already ongoing, for example, in the pellets and in the we won't use powder, we will use pellets, and also in the cladding tubes. They suggest that instead of zircon alloys, we'll use some chromium or silicone coating, so we avoid the contact between the zircon alloy with the coolant fluid. And what's happening today is that both Brazilian plants, Angra 2 is a Framatome project, the former EVU, and both of them also use some fuel that were tested in the core operation. And Westinghouse is also pretty advanced in developing those fuels. Westinghouse is the designer of Angra 1 power plant. We need to change some processes at INB. We need to increase the level of enrichment. We'll develop new pellets and new process of licensing and so on. That's where INB is acting to keep our production capacity in the case that this fuel will be requested by the Brazilian regulatory bodies and also our clients. Now entering into the SMR question, as I just told you, the government energy plans for 2050 makes it possible that we can even build some modular plants using SMRs. So we have a very complicated stage because there are many projects that are being developed worldwide. It's pretty much like, you know, the 40s and the 50s decades when many reactors were launched all around the world. And now the light water reactors have been well established. As you can see, how do we think about that question? We have many different fuels. I won't talk about all of them, but the concept of a small modular reactor is divided in two parts. You build those small modular reactors for electric generation, and then you can also use it because it's compact, because they are safer, and you have also flexibility of using it for other applications. So that first part where we see that we can use it in remote areas and replace older plants that use fossil fuels, and also you see that they will be very useful for supporting in Brazil with the renewable sources and keep the stability of power generation. Brazil doesn't see any problem in using them because they're basically light water reactors. The second application, the second line of using small modular reactors is their flexibility. So in the first line, we are comfortable, we won't change anything of the path that we have been conducting for generating fuel. In the second possibility, where we can use it for submarine propulsion, heating and cooling, water desalinization, those fuels are those light water reactors. We also have the halos and the metal fuels. Brazil already has the technology, not INB, but we have some projects of producing in a small scale some fuels. together with IPEN, CTMSP, the Navy School in São Paulo, and INB. But we don't still have some productive capacity. But when we go into that phase of those types of reactors, it's not only a novelty for Brazil, it's a novelty for the world. And you have some difficulty producing the fuel they need, because we see that even the concept of site will change, because those modular reactors will go into the industries and into the companies, so that concept of site won't exist anymore. And for sure, INB will pay attention to the next unfoldings. Otherwise, we will have some difficulties from a commercial point of view, because we need to evaluate if it's worth entering that market of fuel production based on salt that depends on so much chemistry engineering. So here I have a classic image. And what does it show? You have some reactors that liberate the temperature of the coolant fluid. Moving to the top, you have the plants that meet that demand. And going to the bottom, you see where they are used. So even when you consider the use of small modular reactors, we can use two very high temperature plants. So we have new technologies that are quite different. INB is comfortable into the blue and into the green phases, using water-cooled reactors and all those applications that are close. But starting here, not only INB, but the whole world needs to learn which technology will be established and how we will use those reactors that demand a higher temperature output. From the licensing perspective, I have another classic image here. There are so many projects that will need greater demand by the regulatory bodies regarding their workforce, and they will have huge challenges, especially regarding small modular reactors, especially regarding the time of licenses, so we can lower the costs of production. It's a worldwide question. We have some of them are more advanced in this question, but we need to involve all the regulatory bodies to work together with the companies so that licensing won't be a bottleneck in the future. We also think about using thorium-based fuels. Thorium is quite abundant, 2 to 3 times more abundant than uranium, and Brazil is one of the countries which holds large reserves. And what's the advantage of that? It has a smaller amount of radioactive waste, because its half-life of those waste is smaller. They help into the non-proliferation of the plutonium production, and they work with those breeder reactors. And Brazil has worked with that some time ago, but currently India and China have been testing with thorium-based fuel reactors. Thorium can also be used for the PWR reactors in Brazil. You can mix the hexafluoride of uranium and use that in the PWR reactors. And they are also being tested with other technologies, some new technologies, especially SMRs. So from that perspective, Brazil is really interested for having large reserves of thorium, pretty much like we have of uranium. We also have molten salt reactors, and they are there. We are developing them. We have some small modular reactors based on them, but we need to know how it will unfold. We have a short list showing some of the thorium-based reactors operating in the world. Most of them are old and with lower generation power. But it meets the vision of INB that in the future we can work in that field. Well, here I have an image that I took from the strategic map of INB, and we need to pay attention to new technologies, especially to meet the national demand, the domestic demand. And it's in our strategic plan from 2017, and it was revised in 2021. And our mission is supplying the products and services related to the nuclear fuel cycle, especially regarding electric generation with safety, quality, and sustainability. And we want to supply with modern technologies. So taking into account all that's happening in the nuclear market, we are still focused on meeting the market the best way we can. That's my presentation. Thanks. Thanks, Marcio, for your presentation. You bring a future vision that's really interesting for all of us. And before passing the floor to our fourth speaker, I'd like to remind you all it's really important that we have a poll that's going on, and you just need to take your cell phone camera, point to the screen, and answer our question. It's a very interesting question about how the power plants that were announced at COP26, which is the largest risk regarding the supply of fuel. It's a concern that we can see in our speeches, and it's very clear due to what's happening in the world, in Ukraine. And we have a very positive vision of nuclear energy as something that can help us with decarbonization. It's a very safe, sustainable technology. So just to remind you that we have that poll. And now I pass the floor to our last speaker, which is Dr. Marcio Remedio, which is our research at CPMR. Thanks, Dr. Carlos. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And in that same line, we are thinking a lot about the new supply. Okay. We are the Geological Survey of Brazil, a state-owned institution. We are connected to the Ministry of Mining and Energy, trying to disseminate the geoscientific knowledge in Brazil. We work into the mining market in different fields, and we have some pre-competitive studies. So this is our organogram. We are connected to the Ministry of Mining and Energy, and we have been developing geological knowledge to the society. We have the larger scientific database in Latin America, and the access is free for all. You can find it on the website www.cprm.com.br. We work with basic geology, basic metals, some strategic minerals, so that we can increase the supply of those minerals. So we have more than 140 PhD and many specialists and people with master's degrees working for us. We want to foster better opportunities when we find some opportunity for a specific element or many of them. We intensify our work so that we can make those information available pretty much in real time with all the geochemistry and the geophysics and geological knowledge. We have some products that want to attract investments to the country, especially in the exploration. So we want to reduce the risk in the mining exploration because it's a very high risk activity. Now focusing in my presentation, we have some research about uranium that started back at in the 50s, and many reserves are discovered. In the 70s, the 80s, and starting in the 90s, the research for new minerals were interrupted. So in 2018, they published a new policy for minerals, especially nuclear minerals. So the Geological Service went back to the basic survey for uranium in the country. In 2021, we presented the map of mineral potential on a continental scale, the country scale, ranking the most favorable sites for the mineralization in the country. We have 3 main areas that we highlight, and we also presented a map consisting of the deposits and the occurrence. All of that was made through an anomalous uranium map based on machine learning. So we have that mission. We work in many different areas, like I said, and the critical and strategic minerals are in our project, including uranium, where we want to assess the availability. We have 2 lines in this project on a continental basis. We have those databases and multi-scale modeling of mineral potential. And we also have a province scale, a smaller scale, where we are reevaluating the potential of the province Lagoa Real, where INB is currently installed. And we try to identify, based on the geophysics and geochemistry features, to try to estimate the deposits that have not been discovered yet, so that we can increase our reserves.
We are now the 9th largest reserve of uranium in the world, with 3,000 tons. As Marcio said before, we have only researched 1/3 of our territory, and 30% was researched before the 80s. Our technique has changed, and we have now more information, more data, and we know for sure that this is an underrated volume. We now have occurrences throughout the country. This has been published in 2021. There are 300 occurrences mapped. This in comparison to the 70 mapped occurrences previously. So we went from 70 to actually 370 occurrences across the country. The map was published, and our model used for this was a knowledge-driven methodology. We segmented Brazil in 118 geocompartments. And in this way, we were able to identify and separate by giving scores to how favorable each site was for the 6 types of uranium mineral found. With this, we were able to understand which were the most favorable areas for the occurrence of uranium in Brazil, which we will be working on in the second phase of our research. About the maps, we have the potential for each group of minerals, whether it's superficial, sedimentary, paleoconglomerate minerals, and our potential is ranges from 0 to 10, and these are areas with high potentials here. We have all the values now multiplied by the quality factor. The geocompartments with the largest factors is where we have the greatest probability of overlapping mineral systems. We have Carajás, the Minas Belt, Bloco Gavião, the Rio Grande Shield. So this lower southern part, in the center part, also the Bloco Gavião. These are the areas with the largest potential of this element. We selected some of these areas, and now we are prioritizing Lagoa Real, but the other areas will also be studied. This is a zoom in of Bloco Gavião, and this is the star marks where INB is located. And this is a map of the Lagoa Real province. It's a 1,200 square kilometer area. There's one active mine and one inactive mine there. And in the Lagoa Real province, we know for sure there are 100,000 tons. There are also 38 identified anomalies that will be evaluated. About the ongoing projects, we have in Cachoeira and Engenho visited these areas, and some areas have been indicated as more favorable. We are very happy with our findings because we understand now that Brazil's potential is underrated. This image shows the favorability, and the important element here for INB itself and its research is the possibility of using machine learning and gamma spectrometry data. With this, we have checked some areas and found thermal alterations that show the presence of uranium. Here, we can see these images, and we see a high ppm. Here are some samples that were collected in some anomalies, and then we described these samples. We used X-ray data, and all this was done to base our studies in the Lagoa Real province. We are actually integrating our analysis tools and conducting several analyses. From this data, our researchers will determine the signature of the province and also determine the criteria for possible new findings. To wrap up quickly, we were able to carry out the first mapping of uranium potential at a continental level. And this is very helpful to us. We were able to identify uranium deposits in potential. Specifically in Lagoa Real, we were able to do this using machine learning. And we were able to carry out metallogenetic studies with the goal of identifying the footprints. So this is basically what I wanted to bring you. And I would like to thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Dr. Marcio. This was an excellent view of very important work conducted by CPRM. We are seeing this information with you, and we know that Brazil urgently needed this type of information and research. And thanks to CPRM, now we have a fantastic content, and INB is leading this work. We are very thankful for your participation today, and I would like to pass the floor over to Dr. Lilia Mascarenhas from the Ministry of Mines and Energy. We already have some questions which we will bring at the end.
Bom dia a todos. É realmente um privilégio, né? Podemos estar assim debatendo esse tema de mineração e combustível de urânio com esta seleta equipe de palestrantes, né? Eu não vou me delongar muito por causa do nosso tempo, mas foi mencionado aqui essa retomada foi trazido aqui basicamente pelo Dr. Márcio Remédio, Dr. Adriano, o espelho, né, os resultados do que significa este novo posicionamento do Brasil frente à questão de energia nuclear. Ele vem acontecendo já há uns 8, 10 anos. Ele redundou numa nova política. A ANB também deu uma reformulação de seus planos estratégicos que nos trouxe ao momento atual. Ainda temos bastante a caminhar. Mas eu queria ressaltar que a nossa inserção, digamos assim, no mercado mundial, ela começará pela possibilidade de ser um fornecedor de concentrado de urânio. Ela já existe, mas ela será intensificada, ela será mais dinamizada nesse sentido, como mostrou o Dr. Márcio Adriano para nós. A partir de 2027, se imagina que teremos uma produção de concentrado que é superior à nossa demanda interna. Então, nós estaríamos passando uma situação atual de importadores para suprimento e um excedente. E hoje, segundo a nossa regulação, o urânio é um monopólio do país. E estamos trabalhando fortemente nas regulações para propiciar a parceria para desenvolvimento da nossa mineração. A mineração, como bem disse o Dr. David Dorsey, ela traz muitos riscos, né, iniciada, se nós formos iniciar ali do Greenfield. Então, sempre se olha para projetos de brownfield, né? Projetos que já têm já estão produzindo ou que têm possibilidade de ampliação dentro de locais conhecidos. Então, eu trago aqui eu não vou dizer um questionamento, mas como seria vista essa movimentação do Brasil em termos de se tornar, de aproveitar aquilo que tem como patrimônio, né, as nossas potencialidades, para se tornar realmente um fornecedor significativo no mercado mundial, falando especificamente quanto a concentrados de urânio. O modelo que nós estamos vendo para desenvolver e para dinamizar ainda mais a nossa produção de urânio é um modelo de parcerias, né, com a INB, aonde quaisquer desenvolvimento de novos projetos ou de novos estudos geológicos seria feito no modelo de parceria. Esses modelos teriam várias flexibilidades e a regulação hoje ainda não o permite, mas se tudo correr dentro do nosso cronograma, ainda até o final do ano nós teremos uma nova regulação que então deixará bastante claro e dará bastante segurança jurídica quanto a esses modelos de parceria. Em paralelo, o Brasil, nesse forte movimento de retomada da energia nuclear, vem se aplicando, então, para melhorar o conhecimento geológico. A INB sempre no núcleo disso, junto com o nosso serviço geológico, mostrou, então, que estamos retomando com um olhar de uma nova tecnologia, as informações que dispomos, e estamos ampliando essas informações. A aplicação regional passou da primeira fase e agora o foco é na província de Lagoa Real, que é onde está a INB e aonde se concentrarão os esforços para dizer, olha, isso aqui vai estar sempre voltado para o abastecimento da demanda nacional por combustíveis nucleares. Mas nós temos todo o restante do país com alvos já bem consolidados, mas que, claro, precisam ter esse olhar de novas tecnologias, a forma como se calcula a questão de recursos e reservas, trazer por um contexto de regulação atual no mundo, né, com os qualified persons, e isso está tudo sendo promovido pela INB, ou seja, nós estamos nos trazendo, a INB está nos trazendo com vários atores auxiliando, e sobretudo o serviço geológico, para as novas táticas de mineração mundiais. Então, é bastante importante este movimento que, digamos assim, ele se destaca no cenário mundial, onde se volta o olhar muito forte, inclusive com a questão causada pela guerra, um olhar muito forte para a energia nuclear. Então, eu queria trazer só essas ponderações, dizendo que é uma oportunidade ímpar para o nosso país. Nós estamos já vemos nos preparando nos últimos 8 ou 10 anos para uma mudança deste olhar do Estado para a questão nuclear. E eu gostaria de trazer também uma contribuição no seguinte sentido. O Dr. Márcio Adriano nos falou dos small reactors, falou de várias frentes que poderiam utilizá-los, mas eu gostaria de chamar a atenção para que pensássemos também que este é o futuro para muita geração de energia na mineração, por conta de muitas minas ou muitas jazias se localizam em regiões remotas, onde small reactors poderiam ser, sim, uma forma de autogeração de energia para as atividades. Então, eu gostaria só de fazer esse fechamento, face ao
I
nosso
would just like to
adiantado do tempo, eu não vou
close
direcionar
my
perguntas.
remarks
Eu tinha
with
perguntas
this
para
way.
todos os
I
palestrantes, mas eu vou
had some questions
devolver a
for all the
palavra
speakers
ao Dr.
actually, but
Carlos e
I
aí vamos
will
ver
now
como é que pode
pass
caminhar o
the floor
nosso,
back to Dr. Carlos so we can see
painel.
how we move
Obrigada, Dr.
forward
Carlos Freire, e
in our
devolvo a
panel.
palavra.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos Freire. Thank you, Dr. Lilia. You made some very interesting observations. We do have questions, but before this, let's present the results of our poll. So this is a poll that was presented to our participants with the power plants that have been set forth after COP26. What is the biggest supply risk? So is the problem the war in Ukraine, low production capacity, the high number of projects, the high cost of uranium, or difficulties in logistics? So back to our debaters, if you want to discuss these results. I would like to say that I consider the results interesting, in my view at least. It was a very precise idea of the difficulties, what we found in the results. We will now go to the questions, and if you can comment the poll you just saw. But basically the two main aspects are the war in Ukraine and the low production. Actually, the high demand that together with the low production that we will see. If we think about China, for example, that wants to start 150 reactors. But well, I would like to pass the floor to our debaters. If you want to debate.
That issue
de matéria-prima
of feedstock supply
versus a demanda de termos aí
versus the demand
ponto em que
we
vai
have.
mudar a inflexão.
We
Hoje
are
nós
at a
temos
point that things are
que atende a
changing.
demanda e
Today we have a
sobra,
supply that meets the
e
demand, and
vai
we
haver
even
ponto
have
de ruptura.
some
Desculpe, tem uma
more,
manifestação
but
aqui,
something
tô
we have
tentando
some
minimizar o
disrupting
som, tá?
changes. I'm sorry, there is some
Mas
demonstration here
eu
outside,
diria que
and their
essa
sound is leaking
tendência, né, de
here.
termos
But I would
maior
say that
demanda
this
e
trend of having a larger
fornecimento não
demand
atendê-lo, ela já
and that the
vem
supply
como uma
won't meet
previsão,
it,
né? Mas vinha
it
num
is
timing
already a
maior,
forecast, but with
movimento com
a larger timing.
mais médio prazo para
So
longo
it would
prazo.
be from mid
Essa
to long
mudança que
term.
houve em função
And now
da
the
guerra
change that happened
acelerou
due to the
tudo isso. Eu
war
vou devolver a
has
palavra, depois eu não
speeded
agradeço,
things
porque é
up.
muito complicado.
I will
Tá?
pass the floor back because the noise here is really complicated. Okay, Dr. Lillian, we have that trend that the current issue and this poll brings that dimension, but I would say that that issue of the vision of nuclear energy under another point of view as a sustainable technology, a basis technology, especially the way we have it in Brazil and China and so on, we see it as clean energy using the current jargon. So I think that this growing demand was expected to happen on a mid to long term. And now we saw that increase. That problem didn't start now. It started in the last half of last year when we started to share some new concerns about uranium, and investors were entering that very promising market. But I also would like to hear the other speakers about our poll results. All of us are on screen right now. People can see us right now. I just like to tell you that. So I'd like the other speakers to do some comments about that result of the polls, and then I'll move to the questions we have. Well, I just like to make a brief comment. I would say that those polls are always wise. To my understanding, thinking especially about Brazil, that's going to happen. Those two scenarios will happen, those that were more voted, because regarding the war, INB, we have some, not difficulties, but some concerns currently today, especially due to the logistics of transport of feedstock coming from Europe. So yeah, that's a correct vision about the war today. And in the future, sure, with the increasing supply and the energy transition, the need for small modular reactors, demand will eventually grow and will leave some hard moments in the future. So I completely agree to that result of the poll, both on the short term and also on the long term. I understand that we need to assess that situation very closely. Thanks, Dr. Marcio. Any other speaker would like to say something?
Mr. Ferrari, David Dirksen, is it all right if I make a few comments? Yeah, thank you. I agree with the previous speakers as well in terms of assessing the poll. I think it very much hits the mark in terms of current risks. I didn't note all of them, but I think I noted 4 of them. One is the war, one is the low production capacity given demand, logistics, and then I think also the high cost of uranium, and there may have been one more. I'd pick up on the point of the previous speaker. I wonder if it's maybe a little bit a function of which timeline we're looking at. I think these are all very significant challenges right now, and challenges that the industry needs to get through. If I can maybe drop back to start with uranium, I think like any commodity, there are going to be price cycles and there are going to be supply and demand disconnects. And each industry is a little bit different. I would say uranium, it's been an extended low cycle, but I would, and low investment in new production capacity and supply is uncertain. But I would start with the point that uranium, I believe, is a little bit unusual or significant amongst other commodities in the sense that we have identified as globally, not we Cameco, but globally as an industry. And I think our colleague was just talking about it in Brazil, tremendous reserves and resources around the world, but they're in the ground. They're not in the can where we can use them. And that's what I think our price cycle, our supply and demand cycle has driven, is just we haven't seen the economic signal that's needed to start the mines, to do the investment, to actually take the resources out of the ground and put them in the can so we can start moving through the fuel cycle. And I'd defer to Dr. Moria as well, but enrichment may very well be the same thing. I know conversion has been the same thing, where there hasn't been the price signal to pull that capacity forward. So I wonder if in the long term, and I hope we're getting here, in the long term, I think all the suppliers want to see a healthy industry, because a healthy industry creates stability for everyone, whether you're the utility customer or whether you're the supplier of uranium conversion or enrichment. And the challenge, I think, for nuclear has been that as an industry, the operators perhaps have not been on a level playing field when they've been competing against some markets. They're competing against subsidized wind, solar, renewables generally have not been getting the price for the low or non-emitting fuel source. I think as that corrects, as the nuclear industry finds its home in this global transition, and however carbon is priced or however carbon-free energy is valued, I think that's the start of a stable industry that will allow the economic investments to be made, whether it's uranium conversion enrichment. So let me just say, I agree with the poll. I think these are all very well observed risks to the industry, but I think they are short term. And as an industry overall, I think we have the capacity for substantial growth on the supply side. I truly believe there's ample supply to support a growing industry. However far nuclear can go in the clean energy transition, the supply is there. It takes a little bit of rebalancing at the front end here, I think, to get that economic signal going, to motivate some of the supply, whether it's uranium conversion enrichment, and then I think we can get there. But I'll stop there. Thanks for the opportunity.
Let me thank you, David, for the assist. If I may just address enrichment specifically, thank you, Carlos. If we look at the period that it may betray my real age here, that we refer to as the nuclear renaissance, when the uranium price started increasing, the price of enrichment started increasing, we saw more exploration of uranium, we saw more investment, and Urenco itself embarked in a new enrichment facility in the United States that is licensed still today for 10 million SWUs. By the time we commissioned the facility, the first capacity anyway, in 2010, that still looked very promising. Within a couple of years, we realized though that we would not build out the whole capacity, and we adjusted quickly. And today, that facility has a capacity of less than 5 million SWU. But this is just to say that there is a market. There may be some imbalances, as David was describing. There are some lead times that are necessary. Part of that is licensing. Part of that is just the nature of the business. But again, going back to the timeline, I think that the reason to be optimistic, and I'm sure that the industry will respond. I know for a fact that Urenco will respond to the right signals. And if we think back, for instance, to the 70s, after the first oil shock, we saw massive build out of reactors, and we were starting from a supply chain that did not exist. And I believe that in the early 80s, France was commissioning 7 new nuclear reactors per year at its peak. So let's be optimistic. Let's learn from the past, the good lessons and the bad lessons, and be look at our hopefully bright future.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus Mori. Do we have any other remark regarding our poll, or let's go to the questions? We have some really interesting questions. The first was already answered, and it's addressed to Dr. Marcio Remedio by CPRM. They are asking, our friend Jair Bezerra asked about the real reserve of uranium in Brazil. It's that debate between resources and reserves. We need to turn resources into reserves, but I'll let Dr. Marcio explain it to us. We have a potential in Brazil. I have some numbers that match yours, but please feel free to say. Thank you, Dr. Carlos. I think that INB has these numbers much more precisely than us. We have the Brazilian reserves about 300,000 metric tons. That's the information I have. But just like we said, research up to 30% of the territory. We have technology from the 80s and 90s. So we have many questions that may prevent the publication or the releasing of this information to the private sector that somehow make those opportunities shrink. But we have a large opportunity in our country for that kind of real occurrence. And just like Dr. David said, we need to take it from the ground and put it into the can. Otherwise, it's not wealth for us. It's just a mere opportunity that will not become concrete. And that's it. Thanks, Dr. Marcio. We need to take that resource and make it become a real benefit for society. When it's buried underground, it's of no use. I have a second question here, speaking about the mining plants, about their environmental footprint. I pass the word to those who would like to answer it. I'm the moderator, I could answer it, but I stick to my role here. Please, I'll let our speakers explain to us this question about environmental
Dr. Freire, eu acho
impact.
que eu posso contribuir pouco com este
Dr. Freire, I think I can
tema.
help about
Dizer
this
que
subject. Yes,
agora já
sure
não
you
tem
do.
mais manifestação aqui, já fica melhor.
There is no demonstration
Mas
here outside, so things
o
are
desafio
better
de
now.
toda a nossa mineração,
It's a
seja aqui
challenge
no Brasil,
for
seja mundial,
mining in general, in
melhorar as
Brazil and
condições de
worldwide,
sustentabilidade.
to improve the sustainability
E, ao
conditions.
melhorar as condições de
And when we
sustentabilidade, nós
improve that
estamos falando
sustainability conditions, we are
bastante quanto
speaking
àquela questão
about
de que a
that
mineração interfere
question about
no
how much
terreno, no meio
mining
ambiente, não
interferes
só
in the
principalmente no
territory
ciclo,
and in the
mas no meio
environment,
ambiente. Nós
especially on
temos
the
aí,
soil, but the environment as a whole.
digamos assim, não vou dizer que é uma dívida, mas nós temos aí
We had not a
compromisso,
debt, but
compromisso
we
muito
have a
forte de
commitment,
toda a
a
mineração
very
brasileira
strong
com segurança
commitment
e mundial
to
também,
all Brazilian
atualmente
mining
nós
with
temos informação,
security and
de melhorar
safety, and
as
worldwide
questões
too,
relativas a
as
como
we
nós
know,
olhamos e como cuidamos do
regarding
meio ambiente.
how we look and
Então,
take
isso
care of the
envolve
environment.
olharmos para aquilo que já
So that
aconteceu no
involves
passado,
looking
onde nós
at
temos
what has already happened in the
missão
past,
de recuperações
and we have a
ambientais,
mission of
envolve como
recovering
nós vamos
the
atuar
environment,
daqui para
and it
frente, e
also
já
involves
estamos
how
atuando
are
naquilo
we
que já está
supposed to
operando,
act and how are we
modificação de
acting on the
práticas para
operating
melhorar
sites. We needed
essa
to change
relação
some techniques so
ambiental,
we
mas não
can
só
improve
ambiental,
our
socioambiental.
relation to the
Tá?
environment,
E para o
not only to the
futuro, para novas
environment, but
plantas,
also
isso
to the
ser abordado
society.
de uma outra forma.
And in the
E
future,
este
in the
movimento
future
ele é
plans,
forte,
we needed
ele
to
é um
address
movimento
that
muito
another way.
enraigado, principalmente
And it's
nos
really
órgãos
entrenched,
financiadores,
especially
nos
in the
partners
funding
multinacionais,
bodies,
aonde não
in
se
the
admite
multinational
mais pensar em
partners, where they
projetos de
don't
mineração
admit
sem
anymore some mining
o
projects
ESG, ok? Que
without
seria cuidado do
ESG,
ambiente, cuidado social,
that's
e
taking care
claro,
of the
tem que ser
environment, of
uma coisa
the
rentável.
social, and of
Então,
course
é
it must
esse
be
movimento
profitable.
que temos, mundial,
So
mas também no
in this
Brasil ele está
world
bastante forte.
movement, and
Porém,
especially in
assim
Brazil, it's
como qualquer
really
projeto
strong.
de mineração é long
But
term,
just
ele
like
tem
any other
tempo
mining
de
project, we
maturação e
have
realização,
a
também essas
maturation,
mudanças,
a
elas são
maturing time.
mudanças que,
So these
por
changes
mais que as ações
need,
aconteçam no hoje, elas terão
even if their actions
tempo,
happen
né,
today,
de
we still have some
serem,
time
digamos
until
assim, terem os seus
we
resultados
can
mais
see their
concretizados, né?
results.
Então, é isso que eu posso lhe falar sobre essa questão
So that's what
ambiental.
I can say about the environmental question. Thanks, Dr. Lydian. There were so many questions here that unfortunately we won't have the time to answer, but after the debate, we'll send those questions and the answers, some about environment, some about enrichment. So I'd like to thank you all for being here. Thanks to our attendees who are watching our debate, our panel. Once again, those speeches were really enlightening and very rich. We always see part of the question, not the question as a whole, but I think that in this panel, we could see it all from mining, enrichment, research, and that's really useful for society as a whole. So thank you. I'm finishing the panel right now, and we will see each other soon in another opportunity. Thanks.
Welcome to Holtec International, a world leader in engineering, design, and custom manufactured equipment to the energy industry and beyond. Founded in 1986, Holtec has expanded globally with operation centers around the world. Holtec's 4 manufacturing plants use state-of-the-art fabrication and automation tools to create cutting-edge technology and innovative equipment. Holtec's skilled professionals specialize in unique disciplines that include nuclear analysis, specialty engineering, design, and manufacturing. Holtec leads the industry in management of spent nuclear fuel. More than 120 nuclear power facilities rely on Holtec for wet storage, rack, and insert design and implementation. Over 130 nuclear power plants rely on Holtec for dry storage and transportation equipment and services. This long-standing experience in spent fuel management has now positioned Holtec as a premier leader in decommissioning of shuttered nuclear power plants. Holtec innovation continues to evolve with the design of its SMR-160 small modular reactor, the licensing of the High-Store Consolidated Interim Storage Facility in southeastern New Mexico, a safe, secure, retrievable, temporary storage solution. With innovation that knows no limits and technology that continually evolves, it is clear why we say, Holtec International, a generation ahead by design.
This is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome. Because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
A Tractebel está presente em mais de 60 países. Trabalhamos com engenharia consultiva, ou seja, oferecemos soluções criativas para outras empresas ou órgãos governamentais. Por exemplo, se um cliente precisa de um projeto para um determinado empreendimento, antes mesmo de a obra começar, podemos realizar consultoria de engenharia e estudos ambientais para qualquer um dos segmentos em que atuamos. Analisamos a viabilidade, depois desenvolvemos também o projeto básico e executivo, gestão de obras, treinamentos, entre vários outros serviços. Ou seja, nosso time de especialistas pode atuar em todo o ciclo de um projeto, da estratégia, passando pelo pré-investimento, fases de implementação, operação até o descomissionamento. E isso em 5 grandes áreas de atuação: energia, água, infraestrutura, nuclear e meio ambiente. Temos projetos em mais de 160 países. A característica comum a todos eles: inovação e sustentabilidade com base nos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU. São 150 anos de história de uma empresa que não para de crescer e se desafiar. Nos comprometemos a reduzir a emissão de CO2 em todas as nossas operações e nos projetos oferecidos aos clientes. Isso porque acreditamos que o meio ambiente, as pessoas e as empresas podem prosperar juntos. Tractebel, projetando um futuro neutro em carbono.
Good morning to all. Thank you for your presence today. My name is Giovanni Machado. I will be the moderator for this session about SMRs at the Nuclear Summit. Just a brief reminder before explaining how the panel will work. I'd like to let you know that the word cloud is active through the QR code. Well, first of all, thank you to Abdan and its president, Celso Cunha, as well as Tayana Mello for invitation to moderate this panel. I am Giovanni Machado from the Energy Research Company and from Tiago Souza in the production support of this event. This panel is formed by two specialists as a speaker and a third specialist as the debater. Considering our time, I'd like to invite Mr. Olivier Gordon, Senior Project Manager at New Nuclear Development Department at EDF, to make his presentation. Olivier, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, for the welcome. I would like, first of all, to thank Dr. Celso Cunha and all the Abdan organization for the very good meetings that we have those days, and to thank you for the very good atmosphere between us. I'm very happy to have the opportunity today to exchange on the perspective of SMR development and to share with you my thoughts and my view of what could be the future with SMR, as well as getting a light insight on the EDF technology on SMR. When we speak about SMR, we have the vision of a future where a majority of countries are struggling to decarbonize their economy. Excuse me, just a question regarding the presentation. Who is launching the presentation? Do I have to? Sorry for the question. I just have a question about the presentation by itself. Okay. Sorry, I've got an issue with my slide set due to the fact that my network doesn't allow to share the presentation. May I ask you to share it, the presentation I sent? Sorry for that. Yes. I will go on. So with the majority of countries are struggling to decarbonize their economy by 2050, and they have high goals in that context. Many countries are considering SMR as a solution to play a crucial role in this path of decarbonization and set the face of EDS as well. That's why we are completing our portfolio of reactors composed of several power to excuse me, I have an issue with the presentation. Okay, sorry, can you share the presentation, please? So that with EDF, we don't have Zoom access to Zoom. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for the issue, but the EDF means doesn't allow us to use Zoom, so I have to be on my own computer. That's right. So, speaking about SMR, we strongly believe that that SMR will be part of the future of nuclear, and EDF firmly believes that SMR will complete the existing portfolio of reactors to be deployed specifically in Brazil in some states. Next slide, please. The next one. First of all, I would like to come back to the specific paradigm that supports the economic vision of successful SMR deployment. In the last decades, economic competitiveness of nuclear energy has been achieved through a constant increase in power to target the maximum power and to realize an economy of scale. Unlike large or mid-sized reactors, SMR have to overcome this question of size as they cannot benefit from scale effect. That's why the SMR will have to meet key success factor, key conditions to be competitive on the energy market. These key enablers can be gathered in four main categories. The first one is the factor of modularization and construction methods, which will allow an accelerated construction on site with a reduced construction lead time on site, thanks to in-house manufacturing and modularization. The second key condition is to simplify the design and to make as far as possible a standardized design that is safe, simple, and easy to build. The third effect is the series effect, as we have already highlighted in some presentation, allowing to lower the price of each unit and benefiting to the upfront cost of capital. And the fourth effect should be harmonization with the deployment of international requirements, allowing to minimize local modification. Next slide, please. So with NUWARD, EDF is targeting the 300 to 400 megawatt segment of the SMR market, which means the replacement of carbon-intensive facilities, such as coal-fired plants, which are connected to the grid. But NUWARD is particularly adapted to meet the growing demand for electrification of remote communities. And that's why we can consider that it's well adapted for some Brazilian states, or to power industrial sites, mines, to be integrated in less interconnected network or part of the network. So regarding the integration, it can be easily integrated in an energy mix with a large share of renewables, thanks to its load flow capabilities, which can contribute to stabilize the electricity production. And as it has already been mentioned, other adaptation can be considered, such as hydrogen production, heat and electricity cogeneration, district heating, so well beyond the only electric generation. Next slide, please. So NUWARD is targeting to be on the market to achieve its product commercialization within a decade, and a development roadmap has been set up to meet this objective. The product is currently completing its conceptual design phase until 2022. Then we have the basic design and pre-licensing phase that will take place between 2022 and 2025. Then the design phase will begin early 2025 to be ready for a first concrete first of a kind in France by 2030. With the political context is favorable to nuclear in Europe and in France as well, with a strong support from the French government. As you have already heard, President Macron has steadily reaffirmed the support to the development of nuclear energy with a fleet of EPR in the future, and of course a support to the SMR development with the financing of 500 million of euro for the NUARD development. We can rely on a very experienced team for the development, gathering the French CEA, French Energy Commission, Naval Group, the Naval Defense Industry, Design and Industrials, Technicatom, which is a specialist in design, construction, and commissioning of compact nuclear reactors, and Tractable, the well-known architect engineer responsible of the development of the Belgian nuclear fleet. So speaking more precisely about the NUARD technology, what is NUARD? NUARD is composed, next slide, please. NUARD is composed of 2 reactors of 170 megawatt each, representing a nominal power of 340 megawatt, compatible with the European utility requirement, with an availability factor of 90%, a 40 months construction time, and of course a modular design, which will reduce the construction lead time. Next slide. A quick overview on the key design features. The 2 reactors are embedded in containment vessels, which are themselves immersed in a pool. The reactor is a PWR type, so very similar in terms of principle, in terms of concept, on existing technologies such as the Angra reactors, which includes a core composed of assemblies which are very similar to the existing fuel assemblies, meaning 17 by 17 pattern, and quite similar with the same concept, the same design than the existing fuel assemblies. The reactivity control is ensured through control rod drive mechanism, fully integrated in RPV, and the overall concept integrates the spent fuel pool within the main nuclear building and an auxiliary nuclear building. To go, next slide, please. To go a little bit deeper regarding the technology by itself, the main evolution compared to existing reactors is the capacity and the integrated design, with all primary components integrated in the reactor pressure vessel, which means that the primary loops that are eliminated. As part of this integrated design, we can see that pressurizer is contained into the integrated head. Compact steam generators are disposed around the core. These are highly efficient compact switch generators with a high thermal volume power ratio. And the control mechanism are integrated in the core as well. So all the components, all the primary components are integrated within the vessel, which means that welding and pipes are, number of welding of pipes are drastically reduced. This design allows favorable, interesting safety features with particularly elimination of some accidents, such as the LOCA, no large primary break, rod ejection, or boron dilution, as the reactor is controlled without the help of boron. but the high level of safety is ensured as well with a specific passive safety cooling system called reactor with a residual heat removal system, which work autonomously from the operators with an extended grace period and is supported by the pools. Another effect is that the nuclear island is located in a semi-buried dome, which allow a specific resistance against protection against external hazard. Since its early stage of development, SNOWARD has been conceived to integrate modular design and innovative construction methods with the objective to reduce the construction lead time. The modularity concept has been developed considering international perspectives and standardization with three main categories of module. The first one is the module which composed the reactor vessel and the containment vessel, which are rather big parts, but with a non-standard transportation to the side. The other category of module is composed of the 8 containment modules dispatched around the core within the vessel and integrating safety and operation systems. And the third types of modules are composed with the BNI and the BOP modules that can be transported through standard 20 feet skids and which can be assembled on side. Regarding the licensing status, a safety option review will be conducted by the French authority at the end of the year as part of the pre-licensing program, ahead of the licensing program by itself. Regular exchange and meetings are held between the different French authorities, bodies. And a key issue for us is to initiate exchange and collaboration at the international level and to promote collaborative approach between the regulators through some concrete exercise. I think we can skip this slide to go further to do quicker. So just to say that NUARD is engaged in cooperation with the EU and internationally, participating in SMR forum in Europe under the authority of the European Commission, or contributing. EDF is also contributing actively to the IERA workshops, as well as NEA, WNA initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay. I will. So we can just skip this slide. We can skip this slide just for my conclusion. I would say that the future of nuclear is a matter of cooperation, of international cooperation. That's the way we consider the future of SMR as well. And we have set up a team of what we call the NUARD Advisory Board, a team of experienced senior representatives to help us to better fit to the future needs in SMR development. Thank you for your obrigado, for your listening. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Olivier Godin. I'd like to pass the floor for the speaker, Mr. Douglas McDonald, Sales Vice President of GE High-Tech. Douglas, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. Okay. I am very excited to be here today. Thank you for the organizers for giving us this opportunity. I'd like to spend a few minutes to talk about one of GH Hitachi's reactors, that is the BWRX-300. It is a light water small modular reactor. It is built on decades of experience that GE has in the nuclear field. We began back in the late 1930s. In the 1950s, we developed many different types of reactors, including light water reactors, boiling water reactors, which is an example of the BWRX-300. We also looked at sodium reactors, which continues today with our partnership with TerraPower and their reactor technology. We had the first licensed boiling water reactor in the United States in 1957, and also the first new commercial reactor in Canada in 1962. We continued on most of our development timeframe with boiling water reactors, getting larger and larger scales, talking about the economies of scale, ever increasing the megawatts that came out. However, in the late 2010s, 2012, 14, 13 timeframe, we had a lot of our customers coming to us and saying, we still want to have nuclear power, but with them being mega projects, we're having difficulty. Please come up with a technology that can produce somewhere on the order of 300 megawatts, as well as being on a EPC basis, not a mega project, being somewhere around 1 billion US in cost for an EPC contract. And we took that in as the developmental requirements, customer requirements for our BWRX-300. So far today, we've licensed 67 reactors in 10 countries. We do have a global presence. As you can see here, we do anything from boiling water reactor fuel through servicing of reactors, decommissioning of reactors, as well as new plants, which we're talking about today. We'll go mostly into the BWRX-300. It is the BWR in the BWRX-300 means boiling water reactor. It is the simplest way to make steam from a nuclear chain reaction. You have the reactor pressure vessel, which is a module all into itself, which produces the power as a nuclear chain reaction going on inside of it. It then produces steam within the reactor pressure vessel, and then that steam is conditioned by removing moisture before it is sent directly to the turbine. This does cause radiation field around our turbine. However, after shutdown, it only lasts for just a few minutes before we can walk up to it and have no problem. But it provides a very simple path to produce that steam. After the steam goes to the turbine, I would go through a condenser and then back into the reactor to be reheated. The turbine would steam energy would turn a generator and produce electricity. We're also very capable of using the steam, passing it through secondary loops to do such things as supporting desalination, district heating, as well as hydrogen production. We do use what is called low enriched uranium, less than 5%, as well as light water, normal water, very clean water is both our coolant and our moderator for the boiling water reactor. This is just the basics. As we look to our customers, I mentioned they said very much, we expect you to maintain world-class safety. You have decades of doing so, we expect you to continue to do so and improve the safety while you're at it. But also really focused on how do we do this in a cost-effective way? With the BWRX-300, we implemented integral isolation valves, which we'll talk more about in a minute, but that really broke our scalability concerns. It allowed us to produce the reactor, which is small as well as cost-effective. We've leveraged quite a bit of the technology around our ESBWR, which is a 1,500 megawatt reactor, but also natural circulation, and also relied on passive safety systems. We're capable of load following. Like I said before, not only electricity production, but desalination, district heating, as well as hydrogen production. Constructability is built into the design. In the past, oftentimes what we did and other vendors did is we produced and designed the most perfect nuclear steam supply system. And then we passed it to our civil teams and said, please build a building around this that can handle the loads during postulated accidents, potential accidents, as well as the seismic aspects of the surrounding area and other type of loads that may be on it. For the BWX-300, we focused on making a very simple structure that housed a very good nuclear steam supply system. And one of the primary reasons to this is that when nuclear projects tend to have difficulty, it is not because the RPV didn't arrive on site. It's not because the reactor pressure vessel didn't accomplish its task. It's because the construction became too complicated. Any type of design changes multiplied out as far as delays and overruns and costs. And so we're really focused in on the constructability. This is one of the examples of our success in doing so. Ontario Power Generation in Canada has selected the BWX-300 to be the first unit for SMRs at their new Darlington site. In the background of the picture here, you can see the existing site for Darlington with 4 CANDU reactors, and this being the first BWX-300 at the newer site coming closer to you in the screen. As I mentioned before, one of the primary changes we did for the BWX-300 was worked on how we mitigated loss of coolant accidents. These are hypothetical accidents. However, even though they generally will not occur in a very low probability, the way that you prevent them, the way that you mitigate them takes up a lot of space in most reactor designs. And that was due to pipe breaks that were outside of the vessel and then caused the reactor pressure vessel to continue to produce steam and dump steam in the containment or whatever the construction may have been, causing for a lot of challenges to accommodate that. What we did for the BWX-300 is we took the valves that we typically had further downstream after piping and made them integral with the vessel. They're in a flange connection, which is code compliant, and they're the same safety strategies and quality requirements as the vessel itself, and so they act as one. And when we have loss of coolant accidents due to a pipe break or leakage, it is outboard of those isolation valves. So what we can do now is we can bottle up the reactor, engage what we'll talk about in a moment with our isolation condensing system, and then conserve the inventory of water that's in the reactor. In our past designs, and many other vendors also did the same thing, is we allowed the break to occur, we let the vessel depressurize, and then we injected more and more water with high pressure and low pressure type of systems. This was exceptionally complicated and added to a lot of pieces of extra equipment and structure. This piece here allowed us to, for the same output, same or better safety, have 50% reduction in the amount of materials per megawatt produced. And so again, really breaking that strategy or that paradigm of cost per megawatt scalability. This gives you an overview example. On the left-hand side is our ESBWR, a Gen 3 Plus reactor, which uses natural circulation and passive safety features. With the simplification primarily driven around those integral isolation valves, we can reduce a large amount of the water, represented in blue, in the BWX-300. We can use a very simplified containment. You notice it's just a very simple cylinder with a metal head on top. It's not quite that simple in the ESBWR. We also eliminated the safety relief valves due to the way the ASME code requirements are for pressure over pressure protection. Not only do the isolation condensers allow for long-term heat removal, but they also allow for elimination of the SRVs, safety relief valves, which were in fact themselves a source of potential openings for loss of coolant accidents. And so we got the simplification and removed potential sources of loss of coolant accidents. So we simplified the safety case while simplifying the structures and the amount of things that went around them. And at the same time, we had this great innovation, but we're also implementing a large degree of proven technology, proven over decades of experience and decades of lessons learned in improving over time. The BWR fleet today operates over 93% capacity factors, and we're taking all of those lessons learned in the BWX-300 such that it can operate at very high capacity factors from day one. This includes the fuel, which is GNF2, which is exactly the same fuel that's in operation today. Reactor pressure vessel configuration is the same as we have today in many reactors. We have reactors which were smaller in our history, and we have reactors that are bigger, but the components themselves scale very nicely. There's no difference in materials that we need, And from a fabrication standpoint, we have fabrication technologies in our supply chain today to produce these reactor pressure vessels. And the suppliers, vendors, are working on improving those technologies and will incorporate them as time goes on. For the BWX300, I mentioned we spent a lot of time on simplifying the design. We have here most of the pieces of our power block. We have the control building on the right-hand side, grade level represented by the brown soil, as well as some grass. Next to it, we have the reactor building itself, which houses the reactor pressure vessel. All of our safety class 1 equipment is in this single hardened structure. The structure itself is made of SC, second generation SC components. We're using a steel bricks technology that was developed by Modular Walling Systems in the UK. And we're bringing that into the design for ease of simplification, fabrication, and reducing our schedules. On the left-hand side, you can see our turbine building, which is very similar in layout to what you'd find in a combined gas cycle plant, especially the turbines themselves, as well as the generator. The generator, one of the things, improvements we've had versus large plants, is that for around 300 megawatts electric, there are air-cooled generators available, so we do not have to deal with the hydrogen systems for cooling for large reactors, which are used today. So again, another simplification. In addition to that, for the construction of our below-grade structure in the reactor building, which the reactor itself, the nuclear core itself, is below grade, we've used mining technologies for sinking a shaft and then building the reactor building up within that shaft. Most reactors built today use what is called bathtubs excavation. And so for tens of meters beyond the reactor pressure vessel, reactor building itself, they would excavate out, bring down grade, and then have a flat spot on the bottom and build up from that, effectively building a freestanding structure and then bringing engineered backfilling behind it. For the type of technology we're having here, instead of tens of meters of the soil having to be removed and then engineering backfill to be replaced, we have on the orders of 15 to 30 centimeters of gap, which is actually filled by grout later on, or concrete, if you will, to make that connection between the reactor building and the surrounding structure. To make our design portable through most of the world, we've implemented IAEA guidelines as far as how we designed and structured the reactor to make sure that we're using proper defense in depth and making sure that we make good choices for diversity and simplification. One of our primary systems for emergency situations and design basis accidents mitigation is the isolation condenser system here. It's based on IAEA TDOC as far as a passive safety systems. There are 3 trains, only one is needed to maintain safety. And it provides a multi-layered passive cooling system that achieves the same or better than the active systems today. And so it's a really nice situation. There's no active motors, pumps, and there's valves that fail safe in a fail-safe manner. The overall safety case results using isolation condenser and bottling up and conserving inventory. It provides very mild transients. And so if the turbine were to trip offline, if we had a loss of offsite power, it's a very mild transit to the reactor pressure vessel. There's very little change in level or pressure inside of it. It only requires one of our 3 trains, as I mentioned. And if one train is in service, it provides 7 days of walkaway time for the operators, no operator actions required. If all 3 trains happen to be available, which will almost always be the case, we have closer to 16 days with no operator action required. And then for indefinite, the simple fact of adding water to this pool around this heat exchanger allows infinite time for before other systems can be brought online and the systems return to normal status. In addition to our technology itself, we have a world-class training center in San Jose, California, and we're planning on building other training centers like this throughout the world as tens to hundreds of BWX300s are deployed. This gives you an example. This is non-radioactive, but it's full scale for one of our larger past reactors. Very similar configurations of BWX300. We can see part of the core here, the water that comes up and down, various pieces here, and then these pictures here showing actual fuel movements. This is going down to pick up a fuel bundle, and this is a camera on the mast itself showing fuel bundles, representative fuel bundles in a Actually, this is a channel rack outside the vessel itself, but it gives you a place to experiment, it gives you a place to test, and it gives you a place to train your operators before they actually go into radioactive environments. In addition, we're making very good use of virtual reality. It is advancing week by week, day by day, this time frame, and it's becoming very accessible where before, which had been very expensive and a little bit clumsy, is now very simple. We can go anywhere from on the screen of a monitor on your laptop, all the way up to a high precision environment where in this backpack is shown here, we can get 1 millimeter precision on hand movements and gestures. And so as we work on not only just general tours, design reviews, we can actually move fuel in real time with very precise measurements and interaction with the operators. And so very excited about where virtual reality has taken us. Virtual reality and other training pieces will enable our fleet services to support many, many reactors in a particular geographical zone. Each individual 300 megawatt plant will have 70 to 150 operators, depending on exactly the regulations and requirements at a particular site. And they will be backed up by fleet services, which is a very cost-effective way for delivering training, to monitor the individual plants, to look at systems engineering, to expect and plan for upcoming outages, as well as part solutions where we have the proper pieces on a multi-unit basis, able to store centrally and be easy to access to the sites when the time arises. Thank you for your attention on this one. I think I hit 15 minutes fairly closely and look forward to any questions that may come up later in the conversation. Thank you very much, and back to the chair.
Well, we just watched two very detailed speeches about the technological and construction details of SMRs, showing the full potential of this technology for the future, and also the goals of standardization, harmonization, and cost reduction, and the different approaches to meet those goals. So we have many points of debate. So I'd like to call Mr. José Antonio Barreto de Carvalho. He is a technical advisor of the Radio and Nuclear Safety Board of the Nuclear Energy Commission in Brazil. So please, Mr. José Antonio, the floor is yours. Thanks. First of all, I'd like to congratulate both speakers and also thank for the initiative of this event. I'd like to ask Olivier about the sharing of the safety components. You have two reactors, and both reactors share the same systems, and they are operated in an only way in the same control room.
Yes. So the studies are going on to know to better address this question of control room. Probably the operators will be embedded in the same room, but will have different screens to follow the two reactors. This is the concept that has been developed by other multi-unit design, meaning that you will simplify the information to give the essential information to the operators, to have the most important safety-related information first, and to have the ability to have a follow-up of the state of the two reactors. Of course, in this design, we have to avoid, as you mentioned, common failure, because we have to to be redundant in terms of safety system, meaning that each reactor has its own safety systems. There is no common safety systems. Each reactor must rely on its own systems, and to avoid that one problem on one reactor jeopardize the good running of the other one. So it's really a key issue to really separate the safety components of the two reactors, and to integrate a human factor as well in the design at the very beginning of the design regarding the control room.
Olivier, complementando, considerando a geometria de ter dois reatores do mesmo.
Considering the geometry of having both reactors together,
recarga de combustível
can you recharge the fuel independently? Can you recharge each reactor, or is this process integrated when you do some maintenance stops?
This question is crucial. For the time being, it has not been decided if we can do the refueling separately or in the same time. It might be more profitable to have a defined period of refueling for the two reactors in the same time, and to have the refueling achieved in the same period to avoid the question of coactivity. This is really a question that we are going through at this time. The two options remain open. What is considered for the time being is to add the refueling in the same period. Regarding operational maintenance, it's quite the same issue, because we have to reduce the level of the pool to be able to make some modification in the system. So the pool by itself has to be filled before to operate on the reactor, which means that we have to do the same operation on the two reactors at the same time.
Obrigado. Gostaria de fazer agora uma pergunta ao Douglas.
Thank you. I'd like to make Douglas a question now regarding the licensing process that he mentioned that's already happening in the United States. How was the option that GE Hitachi made in the American process? If they are going to wear the Part 50 or 52, and why did you make that choice?
So far, at the current time for licensing, the BWX300 is working on the data for the preliminary safety analysis reports. Our lead plant is actually in Canada, where we're finishing this year a vendor design review, and then OPG will be submitting their license to construct later this year around December to the Canadian regulator. In the United States, what we've done is, as I mentioned, we leverage very heavily from our ESBWR, but we do have some key talent differences. One of the most important ones being the integral isolation valves. We've done with the US NRC licensing top reports on the integral isolation valves. Also our dry containment, which is common in PWRs, but we've only had one previous BWR without a wet containment or pressure suppression containment. And we've had another one on the use of the codes for that. And so we have several licensing top reports approved by the US NRC, which reduces the laboratory risk as we do go through the licensing stages. We have a utility in Tennessee in the United States that is pursuing deploying the BWX300 and would expect a Part 50 construction permit application to be submitted by them in 2023. Several years ago, we were looking at the Part 50 versus Part 52. We have Part 52 design certifications for 2 of our past reactors, the ABWR, as well as the ESBWR that I mentioned. As we looked at what would be the best solution for our next reactor, in this case, the BWX300, we decided that as we're building the first few, that Part 50 would be most appropriate to allow ease of small changes as the design works its way out. We will be essentially complete with design before we start construction in Canada. But as we go through testing, as we go through all the way through commercial operations, there's a possibility for some small changes to be necessary. The process in Part 50 to address those is easier. The difficulties that has been experienced in building in the United States under Part 52 is very prevalent. And so what we've done is we've started with Part 52 as we deploy the first few. Then we'll look at how we can simplify the process for our 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 20th unit in the United States by having something similar, if not exactly the same, as a design certification for them to refer back to. So we think it gets us a good start, as well as leaving the door open for simplification later on as we look forward to multiple units in the United States.
Obrigado pela resposta. Eu gostaria também de entender esse serviço.
Thanks for your answer. I'd like to understand those services that were in the last slides about enlarging and maintenance and refueling. Do you think it's viable to make it in other countries more far away, like Brazil, that don't have as much reactors? Do you think it would be viable to offer those services?
I do, and we'll be offering them we expect will be on a regional basis. So as we look to deploy in Brazil or South America in general, we'd expect as we start, it'd be a little bit less efficient with just a single or few units. And then as it gets above 3 or 4 units, it becomes very economical to share resources. And we would take particular care in analyzing any borders that would have to be crossed, as far as how easy is it to get people, personnel, as well as material across a border to help determine where we put the individual hubs for that. For that which is data-driven, we have a little bit more flexibility. If we're looking, for example, at system engineering, configuration management, or work planning, we could do that at many different locations, even more globally. But as it relates specifically for refueling, movement of components for testing, equipment for specific for an outage, and the personnel, we'll do a time and motion study, paying particular attention to borders that would have to be crossed to make sure we choose the right locations for those hubs.
Obrigado. Giovanni, temos mais tempo para algumas perguntas do chat, senão
Thank you very much. Do we have any question for do we have any time for the chat questions?
Como é que está a administração do tempo?
How do we still have time? Well, I think we have only 1 minute left for a question from the audience. So we won't pass the time that has been set. So I have one question for Douglas. The audience wants to know if we can aggregate a second reactor to that project, and if regarding that second reactor, we could share the same structure, or if they would be independent one from another.
Yes, thank you for the question. Most of our deployments are looking like multi-units at individual sites. And so, for example, we see many of our customers asking for 4. We've had one customer where we've looked at a feasibility study for 16 units. Where we see the most advantageous for single units is on district heating, where just take, for example, a large city. On one side of the city, they'd have one reactor feeding their district heat, and on the other side, they have another to sort of balance the load and the transmission into the district heating systems. But by and large, we do expect multi-units. Due to lessons learned, HFE, we took a decision early in the process to keep our reactors separate. And so if you'd have one 300 BWX 300, same site, very close to it with, 80 to 120 meters away. We could have the second one. We would share admin buildings. We would share on-site warehousing. We would share emergency response center. But for each individual reactor, it is decision we took that on 300 megawatt basis and HFE considerations that going with a single unit with single controls and single control room, that was the best opportunity. And we've been able to meet our economic objectives in that configuration.
Obrigado. Giovanni, eu gostaria de fazer rapidamente apenas uma colocação
Thanks.
sobre o
Giovanni, I'd
ponto de
just
vista
like to make a
regulatório.
remark from the
Para dizer
regulatory
que
point of view.
essa inovação dos
I'd
reatores
like to say
modulares
that
é
this
grande
innovation of
desafio,
modular reactors
mas
are
é
a
também
great
uma coisa muito
challenge,
motivadora.
but they are
Né?
also
O
very
futuro
motivating.
que está por vir me parece inexorável.
When we think about
Os
all that's
reguladores
about
vão
to
ter
come,
que
we are very excited.
adequar
And
tudo
we
que é
need
inovador requer
to
uma
make
certa,
things become adequated
trabalho extra, a gente sabe que
because
não
we
é
need some
simples.
extra work. We know
A
it's not
CIMEN
simple.
já está aderindo à
And
iniciativa da
also,
Agência Internacional de
we
Energia
are
Atômica, é uma iniciativa
complying
de
to the
harmonização e
requirements
padronização
of
dos
the
requisitos regulatórios para se tentar,
international
através de
agency. We have
inserção de
some
reguladores, otimizar os
regulatory
processos de
guidelines
licenciamento,
that we
né?
have in
Mas
order
é um
to
desafio,
optimize
como
the
eu
licensing
disse,
process,
motivador para todos
but it is
nós.
a
Eu
challenge
agradeço
that's
muito
really
ao
motivating
Alexandre
for all of
pelos
us.
ouvintes e sugiro que a gente possa
So
depois
I hope
enviar essas
we can
perguntas
later send all of the
aos
questions that
palestrantes,
arrived
ou eu mesmo
here
posso responder alguma
for
delas,
both speakers so
para que
that you
não
could
fique sem
answer some of
resposta
them,
para certas perguntas que estão ali no chat. Muito
because
obrigado.
we have many questions on the chat. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks, Mr. José Antonio. I'd like to thank both speakers and also José Antonio as the moderator and all the audience for your questions and your iteration. And well, I thank you. I thank Abida once again for inviting us and organizing that event. It was really important. And now I pass the floor to the next course. We have a small course on SMRs. So I'd like to call Francesco Ganda. So please. And once again, thank you all.
Okay, I guess that should be it. Oh, 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, I guess that should be it. So welcome everyone. This part of the meeting is on non-electric applications of nuclear energy. So I'll be moderating the session. My name is Francesco Ganda. I'm the technical lead for non-electric applications here at the IAEA. It's the International Atomic Energy Agency. The project that I lead includes every aspect of utilizing heat directly for various applications of nuclear reactors that are not necessarily making only electricity. So there are a lot of opportunities there. We'll try to cover some of those in our talks. Basically, we cover things like desalination, hydrogen production, various industrial application of nuclear heat for process, water management, district heating, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let me start by speaking first, my presentation will be first. It's called Non-Electric Applications of SMR. I'll try to share my screen. Let's see if that works. So it should be screen 2 in this case, share. Let's see. Okay. Okay, can you hear my screen well? Maybe Alina, you're the only person I see. So can you give me a thumbs up if you see it?
Yes.
It's looking good. Yes. Okay, perfect, thank you. So as I said, non-electric applications of SMR. So first of all, why do we talk about this? Why do we go and look at nuclear beyond electricity? If we look at the graph here on the right, we see that essentially there's this is the share of carbon emissions, CO2 emissions by different sectors. And we see that the power sector is responsible only for about 40% of total emission. Power means electricity. And you see that there's coal provides about 28% of total emission, gas the remaining 9%, and oil it's a negligible amount of 2%. But the majority of CO2 emissions in reality come from other things than electricity. So we talk a lot about electricity when we talk about decarbonization and reduction in CO2 emission and climate change. But the reality is that there's a lot more that needs to be decarbonized that's non-electric related. And in particular, if we look here, we see that the vast majority is actually industry and transport. And there's also buildings, and there's others. So those are essentially, especially industry and buildings, are essentially heat. And nuclear has a huge potential to provide heat because we essentially convert heat into electricity. So using heat directly has a fantastic potential, also considering that most of the heat in nuclear is actually wasted. It's low quality heat, pretty much no exergy heat, so it cannot do any useful work, but it can actually be utilized effectively for some of those applications. So if we, and some of those, in fact, are relatively easy to decarbonize. For example, one can transmit heat directly to buildings, and it's done in some countries. There's already quite a bit of district heating. And some others instead are harder to decarbonize. For example, if we look at the transport sector, we all know about electric cars. There's talk about hydrogen cars. But there are some areas that are quite difficult to decarbonize. The most difficult ones are the air transport and long distance shipping. So for those, there are various options. And one possible idea is to essentially utilize hydrogen directly. But that is, as we know, hydrogen has a lot of energy, but it's not very dense. So what we need to do in that case is perhaps to turn hydrogen into synthetic fuels. And in this way, we might be able to decarbonize those sectors by going the hydrogen route. So nuclear energy could be used to provide hydrogen, and then especially certain types of SMRs and reactors. And then from that hydrogen, one could make synthetic fuels for marine shipping and aviation, of course. And other sectors, for example, steel, cement, and so on, those can also be decarbonized through the hydrogen route. And so nuclear could actually contribute a lot to solving the carbon emission issue of those heavy emitters. And so far, nuclear energy potential in this space has not been utilized very much. In fact, only 1% or so of the heat generated from nuclear reactors worldwide is utilized directly. There's a lot more scope from the existing fleet and also especially from future reactors. And by using, making good use of the waste heat or semi-waste heat, so heat that has very low exergy, for example, in the conventional nuclear power plants, we can actually increase enormously the efficiency of nuclear generation. So let's go to SMRs. If we look at the size characteristic of the industrial heat market, we discover some interesting facts. In particular, about 50% of the industrial processes require very small amount of heat, less than 10 megawatt thermal. So here even SMRs might be a little too big, but there's also always the opportunity of clustering users if they have very small heat demand. 40% or so are between 10 and 50 megawatt thermal, and if we go to 1 to 300 megawatt, that's 99% of the users. So essentially, it's a very small, it's the majority of the users for heat require only very small demand for power. So it's a very suitable market for very small reactors, SMRs, and possibly even micro reactors, simply because the industrial heat market is highly fragmented. And what does that mean? That essentially a lot of users require heat, but most of them require very small amount of heat. So there are various solutions. Transporting heat is generally not a very good option because you have losses on the pipes, and it's very, very expensive to transport heat directly. So the economics becomes very quickly unfavorable if you need to transport heat longer distances. Another option is to cluster users. So then one can have an industrial park with many users of heat. So then one small reactor, for example, might be economically utilized for a number of customers. The other option is to have very small reactors, of course, or reactors adapted to your market, and that's where the SMRs, that's the topic of today, are coming in, and that's why they are very suitable for these particular applications. Now, there are, of course, also heat demand sectors that require a huge amount of heat. Massive consumers, for example, desalination. We talk about now in the Middle East plants that have total capacity of hundreds of thousands of cubic meters per day. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of tons of desalinated water per day. And clusters of those sometimes go up to 1 million cubic meters of water a day in the Middle East. And if you do that, then that would be sucking up the whole waste heat from a large 3,000 megawatt thermal reactor. So that you might not even need SMRs for large demands or many countries. Petrochemical complexes, they are in the hundreds of megawatts, so typically refineries and so on. And district heating, of course, especially for large cities, can take up a lot of heat power. So then one can have also large reactors, of course, for cogeneration in industrial parks. So now the other aspect, one aspect as we discussed was the size of your reactors matching the application. The other aspect is the temperature. And this is a graph that's quite interesting because you see for different types of reactors, many of those are suitable concepts for SMR, small modular reactors, and the various industrial applications that require heat at different temperature. Now, here you see in the very low temperature range, district heating and seawater desalination. Now, this graph is perhaps a little misleading here because it seems like there's not a whole lot of demand in the very low temperature range. Perhaps only district heating and seawater desalination. Here it's listed pulp and paper manufacturing and methanol production. When in reality, there's a lot of demand already in this space. 50% or so of the total heat demand is actually very low temperature heat. So it's in the order of 1 to 300 Celsius that are perfectly suitable even with light water reactors. So if we look at large or small light water reactors, they are actually quite useful to provide heat to a lot of things already. There's a lot lot of heat that's utilized simply to boil water or to dry water, and that doesn't have to be very, very high temperature. Now, of course, if we go down the list here, we start seeing that there's also, if you go at higher temperature, then you open up additional possibilities. For example, you can go into heavy oil desulfurization, petroleum refining, and those are typically petrochemical uses. Methane reforming, hydrogen production, that's an interesting concept. Typically, you go into the 700 to 800 temperature Celsius range. And here you can start providing heat through thermochemical processes to split water, or also high temperature steam electrolysis in those ranges. And you see the methane reforming, that can be done with nuclear assisted heat. It's essentially an endothermic reaction, and you can provide the heat from nuclear plants for that reaction to happen. And it's typically very high temperature, 800 to 900, 700 to 900 Celsius. And there you need typically gas-cooled reactors and very high temperature reactors that are typically in the SMR power range, so 300 to maximum megawatt electric or so. And then you have also very high temperature applications, such as, for example, coal gasification, blast furnace. You can also add glass, and it becomes quite interesting, the things that you can do if you have very high temperature systems. Okay, so where do we stand in terms of existing applications of non-electric applications of nuclear energy? You see here on the left-hand side that there are about 70 reactors that are used in cogeneration mode. Most of them are actually used for district heating and process, or district heating alone, and the remaining is used for some desalination. Most of the desalination plants are actually very small. They are used simply for the usage of the facility of the reactor itself. And then you have some process heat. And if you look at where those reactors are, we see that the leaders in using reactors for cogeneration are actually Russia and Ukraine. They typically have a lot of district heating networks. And Japan is having a large number of desalination facilities associated with their reactors to provide the water needs for their plants. But as we can see here, it's written here on the right, we see that only 1% of the available nuclear heat has been utilized. So it's a huge potential that has not been tapped until now, effectively. So in the IEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, we have a project on non-electric application. And in this project, we look at a number of things. We look at desalination, as I said before. We look at hydrogen, district heating, various industrial processes that utilize heat, and also water management. And we do that through a number of services and tools that we offer to member countries. So we offer education and training and knowledge transfer. We have TC project, and we also we organize workshops for trainings. We have R&D, we have coordinated research projects, and also we have collaborating centers. We organize a number of events, in particular technical meetings. We have research coordination meetings that are associated with the coordinated research projects. We organize consultancy meetings. We organize webinars, conferences, and we also have a technical working group on nuclear desalination that has been functioning for more than a decade, for a couple decades at least. We offer tools and toolkits, software products for member countries. We have HEAP, that's for hydrogen. DEEP, DTOP, they are for the DEEP is desalination, DTOP is desalination and district heating. WAMP is for water management. We have a hydrogen and a desalination toolkit that helps member countries find their way around resources in the hydrogen and desalination space. And we also have frames that I'll talk about later on in the presentation. It's a new capability that the agency has been working on. We also publish quite a few reports so that people have a nice compendium of the activities and summaries of what is going on. Mostly technical documents. We publish nuclear energy series documents. We have meeting reports, peer-reviewed journals, and of course, conference papers. So now looking a little more in detail of everything that we have going on in nuclear cogeneration. We have a number of publications in this space. Cogeneration is the broader idea, but mostly refers to industrial uses of nuclear heat. We have here publications that are already available from the recent years, from 2017 to 2019, and we have two upcoming that are nuclear energy series, both of them. One is going to be called Vendor and User Responsibilities in Nuclear Cogeneration Projects. And we also have another nuclear energy series that's called Nuclear Cogeneration to Support Climate Change Mitigation and Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of tools and toolkits, DTOP is the most suitable tool for looking at coupling configuration of nuclear plant for heat extraction and power production. We have research and development projects. In fact, we have one coordinated research project that just started. In fact, it was approved internally on March 23rd, and it's called Role of Nuclear Cogeneration within the Context of Climate Change and Sustainable Development. It's going to go from this year until 2026. It's open for proposal submission, so please Google it and you will find the web page for submitting proposals. And if you're interested, please submit your proposals and they will be evaluated, and the most interesting and most relevant ones will be selected for continuing. We also have a collaborating center in this space with Ontario Tech University in Canada, and that was launched in November 2021. In terms of education and training and knowledge transfer, we have organized schools. For example, we have the International Center for Theoretical Physics school that went on between June and July 2021 on non-electric applications of nuclear power. We have a technical cooperation project that is essentially dedicated to supporting member states' capacity building on small modular reactors and micro reactors and their technology and application. The title also includes a contribution of nuclear power to mitigation of climate change. In terms of events, we have quite a full agenda in this space. We've just had a few meetings. In particular, in March last year, we had a technical meeting on potential schemes for licensing nuclear cogeneration plants. In July, we had a webinar on nuclear heat to decarbonize the energy sector. And in October last year, we had a technical meeting on the role of nuclear cogeneration applications towards climate change mitigation that will inform the corresponding publication that we mentioned up in the page. And we have upcoming meetings. We have one just at the end of next month, so coming up very soon. It's a technical meeting on the planning and implementation of nuclear cogeneration projects. We already have a number of participants already registered, I think 30 or so participants. And in November, we plan to have the first research coordination meeting on the coordinated research project on nuclear cogeneration for climate change mitigation that we just mentioned above. We also have a request to be addressed by the advisory body for nuclear energy that tells the agency, suggests the agency topics for further evaluation. And those, one of those is a review of the IAEA milestone in the development of a national infrastructure for nuclear power to address aspects of nuclear cogeneration projects. The milestone is a tool that's being utilized for countries that are new to nuclear power to properly follow the steps to implement a nuclear project, a nuclear program for newcomer countries. And also we have an activity that needs to start soon on safety approach for licensing of nuclear cogeneration projects that was also requested from the agency in this space. And we have cross links with the platform on SMRs that was discussed extensively in the past couple of days in this event. And we also have interactions with other technical working group on, particularly there's one on SMR, that's a permanent entity at the agency, and also on gas-cooled reactors. And we also have interaction with the Gen 4 International Forum. In fact, we will collaborate in this space going forward. Regarding nuclear desalination and water management, there's a vast list of publications, as you can see, to provide information in a very accessible and organized way to member countries. We have a number of tools and toolkits. In particular, DEEP is probably the flagship code in terms of desalination evaluation capability. There's revision 5.1 that's out there. There's also WAMP, that's for water needs in nuclear power plants and comparative assessment of various cooling systems. And of course, there's the nuclear desalination toolkit that collects all the various tools and publications in a very organized way, explaining exactly what they have in there. So it's useful to download and start from there. In terms of R&D, we had a number of coordinated research projects that have been completed that went on over the years. There's one that happened on the optimization of the coupling of nuclear reactors and desalination systems. There has been one on economic research and assessment of selected nuclear desalination projects and case studies. There's one recent one that went from 2009 and 2011 on new technologies for seawater desalination using nuclear energy. And also a previous one on application of advanced low temperature desalination system to support nuclear power plants and non-electric applications. We had just had yesterday, in fact, a consultancy meeting on developing plans for producing potable waters using SMRs. So we are just fresh out of this consultancy meeting with prominent experts in the field of desalination. They gave us advice on how to proceed in the most effective way to satisfy this request that links potable waters and SMRs. And that was also a request from the advisory body for the agency. Upcoming, we have a first meeting of the new formation of the technical working group in nuclear desalination. This, as I said, it's a permanent entity at the agency, but there's going to be new memberships coming up for the next meeting that are in the process of being finalized. In progress, we also have plans for producing potable water economically using small and medium-sized nuclear reactors, and we had the first consultancy meeting to start informing this activity exactly yesterday. Now, hydrogen is a very important topic like the others. We have put a lot of effort and a lot of resources into hydrogen and nuclear-generated hydrogen. So for member states, I'm going to spend a little more details on this one. There's a web page that you see here the link, and this is how it looks like. That is a starting point for people to find information on hydrogen and hydrogen-related resources provided by the IAEA. The objective is, of course, to support member states in assessing options for hydrogen production using nuclear energy. We have a number of codes related to hydrogen. We have HEAP, HydCalc, and frames, and we'll talk about it later on. We have a hydrogen toolkit similar to the one of desalination to find easily the resources that the agency provides for member states. We have a long list of publications, and we'll talk about that also, meeting and events, and research and development coordination projects. In terms of meetings and events, we had a number of those over the past few years. I'm just mentioning the latest one here that we just had in April that started a new activity on developing a roadmap for the commercial deployment of nuclear hydrogen production. And we will have a consultancy meeting. Oh, pardon, the date is wrong, but we follow up to that technical meeting that we just had. Also upcoming, we are co-organizing together with the CEA, the Commissariat à l'Énergie Atomique in France, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, an international workshop on the role of low carbon hydrogen for a net zero energy system that's going to be in June in Aix-en-Provence in France. And we are also, the IEA is cooperating on the World Energy Hydrogen Conference together with the International Hydrogen Energy Association and Ontario Tech University for the conference that will be held in Istanbul in Turkey at the end of June. And of course, there's going to be the follow-up for that technical meeting. That will be a consultancy meeting that now is planned for September. R&D, we just had a concluded CRP, Coordinated Research Project, that ended this month. And Alina, after me, will give you more details and insights of all the useful insight and new developments that have been discovered and developed through that effort coordinated by the agency. It was called Assessing Technical and Economic Aspects of Nuclear Hydrogen Production for Near-Term Deployment. Of course, very relevant for non-electric application and SMRs. We have now, since that is closed, we have a new CRP I mentioned before that is open now for proposal since at the end of March, and that is called Role of Nuclear Cogeneration for Sustainable Development. A couple words on what we want to achieve here. So it's for nuclear cogeneration, of course. It's a focus. The focus is on advanced desalination systems, advanced hydrogen production, district heating and industrial uses, so it's very broad, but using nuclear energy, of course. And the idea is to develop approaches, case studies, and support data for techno-economic assessment of those projects, and very importantly, to identify and develop new advances and recent technological developments, and perhaps even develop new ones to increase the competitiveness of those systems, especially when coupled with nuclear energy. We also want to quantify and are open for proposals that are intending to develop new methods to quantify benefits of nuclear waste heat utilization on the water impact of nuclear installation, and also the resulting environmental benefits for water bodies and climate change. Of course, very useful, very important for sustainable development. And finally, we are also open to proposals that want to identify risk factors, uncertainties, and best practices in nuclear cogeneration projects in order to guide member states to make informed decisions on the deployment of such projects. So please, if you have interest in this, search for this CRP, called Role of Nuclear Cogeneration for Sustainable Development in Google, and you will find the page where you can then follow the instructions to submit your proposal. In terms of hydrogen-related publications, we had a number. The most recent one was in 2018, examining the techno-economics of nuclear hydrogen production and benchmark analysis of the IEA HEAP software. And we have now a number upcoming. In particular, we have one tech doc and 3 nuclear energy series. The tech doc is on the outcome of the CRP that just closed. So Alina will talk more about this later on. It will give you some insight on the exciting things that were developed in that CRP. Then there's an NES on nuclear cogeneration towards climate change mitigation and sustainable development goals. There's another one on vendor and user requirement and responsibilities in nuclear cogeneration projects in the final stages of publication here at the agency. And then we have a nuclear energy series on the roadmap for the commercial deployment of nuclear hydrogen production that will be informed by the technical meeting that we just had and consultancy meeting that is planned for September. And hopefully at that point, we should have a good draft. And that will be a comprehensive roadmap. We are engaging ourselves on the technology aspects. We are engaging the parts of the agency that are dealing with economics, current plans, engineering operations, and we also plan to engage safety. So have a complete picture from the technology issues related to this, to stakeholder engagements, to techno-economic assessment. So stay tuned for that. Tools and toolkits. We have the flagship, as I said, is HEAP. It's for techno-economic assessment of hydrogen generation options. Here you have a screenshot of how it looks like. There's various hydrogen generation options, and there's also the possibility of coupling with nuclear plants or other technologies, transportation, and storage for hydrogen. There's a new version that was just released in November 2021, so just a couple months ago, that has an improved graphical user interface and sensitivity studies. Capability to perform sensitivity studies. There's another tool, it's called HyCalc. There's a screenshot here. It's a very simple tool to perform quick calculations for the cost of hydrogen generation using nuclear and other technologies. There's a toolkit, and these are all the links for them. And there's finally Frames, that's essentially a pretty sophisticated tool to look at the integrated assessment of energy systems. So looking at the entire power sector with detailed operation of each power units in an optimized way using actual commercial optimizers. And that includes also hydrogen production. So I'll spend a couple of words about Frames and some example results, and then I'll close my talk. So Frames, because it's new. So why did we develop this? There's a growing interest in integrated energy systems. We've heard from many member states that this is a particular issue for them. In particular, when we look at nuclear and renewables and possibly non-electric applications combined. Of course, renewables pose unique challenges to the energy systems because of intermittency and unpredictability to a certain extent. And so what is the value of reliable baseload sources in a system that has a lot of intermittent generators and that adds unpredictability to the network? This type of problem is now faced by many, many member states. I would say almost all the countries in the world are looking at deploying renewables and then find themselves looking at, okay, so how now do we handle the unpredictability that comes from this? How much firm sources or dependable sources should we install? What's the value that those sources bring to the network so that one can attribute a proper value to nuclear energy and not just simply the levelized cost of electricity that's obviously not applicable when you have high intermittency and high penetration of renewables. So that's why we started developing Frames at the agency. And it's essentially exactly for studying those type of issues. And so in summary, it can really bring up the value that nuclear brings to integrated system, and then inform policies, so inform decisions on how much nuclear to deploy in those systems. We also added non-electric applications because they can provide additional flexibility in the system. Instead of flexing your nuclear plants to comply with the renewables, you might be able to produce hydrogen in a flexible mode, for example, so that you don't have to flex the nuclear plant and you utilize the energy in an effective way. So we inserted into Frames 4 different production methods for hydrogen, and we'll talk about it in the next slide. And we have on the drawing board to add other non-electric applications. Of course, this is the project on those. So we plan to add desalination for sure. Thermal storage might be quite useful. People talk about it. You've heard of SMRs that have thermal storage as part of the plan. District heating, industrial heat, and so on. So Frames is also, if you turn the problem around, is also useful to quantify the synergisms at this point that non-electric applications and nuclear energy bring to the entire power sector. Okay. So the 4 hydrogen production methods we have in Frames are conventional steam methane reformers. And here you have the acronym SMRs. Apologies for that. It's not small modular reactor, it's steam methane reformer. In fact, this wins the competition because there's more people using SMRs for steam methane reformers than people using SMRs for small modular reactors. So unfortunately, it's the same acronym. And that is typically of natural gas. That's how 95% or so of hydrogen is produced today. There's also the same technology, but using carbon capture and sequestration, which is called blue hydrogen. There's low temperature electrolysis using grid electricity. So the carbon impact of that will depend on your grid. And you can put the parameters for essentially simulating the technology you want. It can be polymer electrolytic membrane, can be alkaline electrolyzers, whatever you have. And also, we have the possibility of using high temperature processes using nuclear heat. That's actually quite interesting. So here you can have thermochemical cycles, high temperature steam electrolysis, or others. So because of this, Frames is actually useful to study the relative competitiveness of those 4 processes under different sets of assumptions. In particular, you can study, for example, different sets of assumptions using different emission limits of CO2, cost of the various technologies, different VRE penetration, variable renewable energy penetration, grid demand, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to go into the details, but I'll conclude simply by showing you one type of results that one can obtain in frames. So here we look, this is my second to last slide, because then I'll show you just the same graph with a slight modification to the assumptions. So here we look at what's the best way to produce increasing hydrogen demand for a particular grid. This is a system that looks like the United Kingdom, forecasted for 2050, high penetration of high electrification, so much more electricity demand than what we have today, high penetration of renewables, so grid optimized for low cost of renewables that we have at that point, very tight carbon emission constraint. And then we asked frames to tell us what's the optimal mix to make hydrogen by increasing the amount of hydrogen here to various demands, from the 28.1, which is terawatt hour per year, which is essentially the current industrial demand in the United Kingdom, and then increasing to higher and higher hydrogen demand. What's the best way to produce hydrogen for those higher demands? And what frames tells you is that essentially with the assumption we had there, it tells you that it's very difficult to compete with blue hydrogen, which is steam methane reformer plus carbon capture and sequestration. Now, you see here that when you have very low hydrogen demand, the current demand for industrial applications, most of the hydrogen would be produced by low temperature electrolysis in that scenario. But as you increase the demand for hydrogen, the electrolysis doesn't increase that much, but you have more and more steam methane reformers with carbon capture and sequestration. And that is driven primarily by a number of assumptions, in particular, low gas price. The calculation here was done with $6 a million BTU for gas price. And that is actually not anymore the case in Europe, at least that's where we are. We've seen for the past year or so, we have seen prices more around $30 a million BTU. And I can let you guess that if that assumption was relaxed, then this would look quite different. You wouldn't see that much gas in terms of economic optimization. Also, we have not considered the fugitive emission of natural gas, and you're going to have those, in particular at the extraction site, but also during transportation. You have leaks from pipelines, you have leaks at junction, you have leaks at seals, pumps, and so on, compressors. So those, of course, we all know that methane is a quite important greenhouse gas, quite more effective as greenhouse than CO2. So now, if those assumptions were relaxed, or simply if carbon capture and sequestration was not available for in the forecasted time frame, most countries want to decarbonize by 2050 on an industrial scale. So what would be the technology then that would be dominant economically to produce vast amount of hydrogen? And this, I want to leave you with this slide because it's actually quite optimistic for this audience here. You see that the vast majority in this case for large amount of hydrogen would be nuclear thermal processes. And here, based on the slide, if you remember at the beginning, that showed the matching of the temperature in the reactors, this would show that having a high temperature heat source, such as, for example, a VHTR, very high temperature gas reactors, those are all SMRs, would be quite effective in being able to provide hydrogen on a massive scale. And as we said, we discussed before, hydrogen has the potential to decarbonize a lot of other sectors, from cement to steel manufacturing, aviation transportation, long distance shipping, and so on and so forth. So with this optimistic slide, I want to close my talk. And then at this point, I will pass the microphone to Alina. Let me see if I can stop sharing my screen. Excellent. So you guys now shouldn't see my slides anymore. You should see.
That's right.
All right. So Alina, please, you are going to introduce yourself. So I don't need to introduce you. So Alina works with me on non-electric applications of nuclear energy. So Alina, please.
Thank you, Francesco. So I'm waiting for the organizers to share my presentation. Perfect. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased and honored to be here and deliver this presentation. I'm Alina Constantin. I'm the project officer in the non-electric application team in the IEA, working in the nuclear power technology development section. And I will give you an insight, though brief, on the work conducted in the CRP titled Assessing Technical and Economic Aspects of Nuclear Hydrogen Production for Near-Term Deployment. It started in 2018 and concluded in mid-April this year. As the title says, the focus is on hydrogen production, and some participant member states conducted studies for hydrogen production using SMRs. With this occasion, moving next slide, please. With this occasion, I would like to acknowledge the CSIs, the Chief Scientific Investigators, which are the research leads in each participant organization that contributed with their valuable work to the successful development of the CRP. And to Ibrahim Kamis, the former team lead of non-electric application, and Rami Alemam, our former colleague in IEA, who initiated and coordinated the project until end of 2020. Next. The purpose of the coordinated research, and this is one of the mechanisms that IEA is having to support its member states, is to the acquisition and dissemination of new knowledge, contribution towards greater understanding of solution of a specific issue or problem, stimulation of the growth of nuclear science and technologies in developing countries, bringing together developing and developed countries to concentrate on the same research topic at the same time, and also helping the countries in sharing and using the knowledge and experience gained. The objective of the particular CRP in discussion is to assess the gained experience from R&D on nuclear hydrogen production in member states, and to assess the potential near-term deployment of nuclear hydrogen production. As you can see here on the slide, 10 member states participated in this CRP: Algeria, Argentina, Greece, Russian Federation, Turkey, China, India, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and USA. And their contribution will be detailed in the following slides. 3 research coordinated meetings were held, RCMs, and these are conducted with the CSIs from all the represented organizations to exchange on the progress, ensure that research is carried out according to the committed planning, and also to build the bonds between the teams. The CRP was planned based on the successful completion of the previous CRP on examining the techno-economics of nuclear hydrogen production and benchmark analysis of the IEA HIP software, and also the extensive feedback from member state experts participating in other IEA technical meetings and activities on nuclear hydrogen production. As a reference, I included here the link to the tech doc gathering the results of the previous CRP that have a comprehensive techno-economic data collection related to nuclear hydrogen production. So for anyone interested in this kind of data, this is a very valuable reference. Next. The list of publications produced based on the work conducted in the framework of the CRP is included here for your reference, and for those in the audience interested to go into the detailed aspects and findings of research conducted by different organizations. The link to this publication is indicated as well, so you can have a quick access to these valuable resources. Next. I will start with the insight on Algeria's contribution, and I would like to emphasize from the beginning that the big amount of data and results produced in the CRP by each of the participant organizations is out of the scope of this presentation, but will be, of course, presented in much more detail in the tech doc publication, IEA publication, that we will prepare following the conclusion of the CRP. The main objective of the research conducted by the team in Algeria was the techno-economic investigation of hydrogen production deployment using electrolysis as the production process and solar and nuclear energy as the energy to power the production process of hydrogen. The nuclear solar hybrid system for hydrogen productions were investigated. The reactor technologies considered were PWR and HTR. And the cost of production of hydrogen has been estimated in each case. The evolution of the cost with different factors such as the PV efficiency, the solar irradiance incident on the PV panel, the size of the reactors, and the solar fraction has been investigated. And some of the findings of the study included the following. Nuclear hydrogen deployment could benefit from hybridization with solar. Nuclear and solar, both clean energy sources, complement each other. Nuclear helps overcome solar intermittencies, while solar helps save nuclear fuel and increase the time for nuclear fuel replacement. Hybridization is intended to give flexibility and reliability to the hydrogen production system. As you can see here on the slide, the cost of hydrogen production is highly affected by the solar fraction and the solar irradiance incident on the PV panel. There are decreases in hydrogen production costs with increase either in PV cell efficiency, the solar insolation, or recuperation of the heat. However, the rate of decrease depends on the solar fraction. And heat recuperation drastically reduced the cost of hydrogen production. Hydrogen production using high temperature electrolysis and a hybrid nuclear PV solar system as energy source is economically more competitive than using low temperature electrolysis. Next. Argentina, with the team in CONEA, and conducted a study on techno-economic feasibility on the nuclear-assisted steam gasification of Rio Turbio, it's coal from Argentina, for hydrogen production. And it included an evaluation of different HTGR designs to be potentially used as heat source for the nuclear-assisted steam gasification process. The HTGR must be able to deliver the process heat at temperature and pressure conditions that match the chemical process requirements. In the case of the gasification process, it means core outlet temperatures above 850 degrees Celsius and pressures not above 4 megapascal. And 4 reactor designs were considered in the study: the German designs, HTR module, and the PNP 500, both having pebble bed core. And these German designs were designed specifically for nuclear heat application, in particular for the steam gasification of German domestic coals. So this was the reason why these models were considered in the study. Then the study included also Japanese design of GT HTR 300 and the Chinese design of HTR PM modular reactor. The study also established the gasification technology to be applied to the Argentinian coal. This is the freeze-dried bed gasification reactor that operates at moderate temperatures. And among the commercial options available in the gasification reactor market, the so-called high-temperature Winker gasification process was selected using a circulating freeze-dried bed gasification reactor with the necessary modification to allow the indirect nuclear heating of the feedstock through an intermediate helium circuit. By performing a heat balance analysis of the indirect heating gasification reactor, the study concluded that for the present state of the art of technology in heat exchanger, the maximum thermal output of the gasification reactor is in the order of 10 megawatt. Also, the team conducted preliminary calculation with the IEA heat code for quick estimate of the levelized cost of hydrogen production through coupling the HDR module reactor with the nuclear-assisted gasification plant of 10 megawatt thermal power. Just to give you an indication on the number obtained with the IEA HEAP, the study obtained an estimation of around $4 per kilogram of hydrogen produced, which looked quite promising since it is in the order of other alternatives that are being evaluated for the hydrogen production in Argentina. For example, a similar study for hydrogen production, but using wind power for electricity production, led to an estimation of the cost for hydrogen production in the range of $2.8–3.9 per kilogram of hydrogen. Next. The China team conducted R&D on solid oxide electrolysis cells covering reaction mechanism, material synthesis, cell preparation, stack assembly, module and system development, and setting up the 2 megawatt scale solid oxide electrolysis. The study allowed improvement of production processes to achieve a capacity of production for the cathode and the electrolyte materials from grams to kilograms. A microgrid demonstration project integrating photovoltaics, hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, and hydrogen utilization was also performed. And the aim of the study was to conceptually couple the high temperature steam electrolysis system with the thorium molten salt reactor that is under development in China. A prototype of 2 megawatt is now under development. The reactor is cooled with molten salt, which gives a much higher operating temperature than a conventional reactor, limited by the material properties of the components. The study also performed, included an economic and safety analysis of the TMSR nuclear hydrogen production plant. And here on the table, the results obtained with HIP are presented for cost of hydrogen produced using MSR coupled with solid oxide electrolyzer. Next slide. Next, please. Next slide. Greece study conducted by Democritus focused on identifying the adequate small modular reactor technology for innovative hydrogen production, compression, and storage. And just to give you a bit of background, in Greece, due to the shutdown of the lignite-fired plants, approximately 1/3 of the country installed capacity will be covered by other cleaner energy sources such as photovoltaics, wind turbines, natural gas plants, and direct imports of electricity from abroad via interconnected networks. But as an alternative solution, they also consider a series of SMRs over a relatively long period of time. And for this purpose, several SMR designs were investigated, and you can see on the slide the designs that were considered. And also they consider particular characteristics for the SMRs to fit to their purpose. This is the capacity to fit to a medium-sized electric grid, flexibility with renewables, ability to feed district heating networks, provide also electricity for hydrogen production through electrolysis, and process heat for hydrogen compression, and finally to have as long as possible fuel cycle and design life. Also, because Greece has a seismic history, the SMR should withstand horizontal ground acceleration of at least 0.3 G. And of course, the power level requirement should be in between 200 and 400 megawatt electric. The study also included the selection of the hydrogen storage method, the metal hydrates, and the cost analysis for hydrogen production using SMRs coupled with electrolyzer and considering metal hydrates compression system. Next. India has an active program for development of sulfur iodine process. This process has three main reactions and chemical reactions that were also studied in detail. And initially, the closed loop operation of this process was demonstrated in a glass loop at 30 normal liters per hour of hydrogen production. And next, the three reactions of the process were studied using facilities constructed in metallic ceramic materials. And based on this experience, a closed loop metallic system for 150 normal liters per hour operation was set up. A number of new technologies have been developed, which include multi-stage countercurrent Bunsen reactor in tantalum, membrane reactor for HI decomposition, and also improved surface area catalyst for sulfur oxide decomposition. And another focus was the investigation of various options to couple a 20 megawatt thermal innovative high temperature reactor to the sulfur iodine plant, while considering challenges related to heat transfer, material compatibility, and co-design requirements. Innovative high temperature reactor is under design in India for demonstration of hydrogen production using the sulfur iodine process. The identification of the area significant for safety were also achieved in this project. Also very important to mention that an update of the HEAP tool was released that includes a new interface, a capability to generate report in Excel format, and capability to perform sensitivity study of specific parameters. And you can see here which are these parameters that can include in this sensitivity study. Next. The contribution from Japan, including reviewing and assessing nuclear hydrogen production technologies, in particular those developed by JEA, the HTGR and the iodine sulfur process in terms of development, status, economics, and safety aspects. The assessment targeted to examine the outstanding technical issues like the material performance against corrosion, also economic aspects, and the safety aspects related to reactor and industrial process coupling. So far, JEA has achieved closed-loop automated continuous hydrogen production experience at rates of up to about 100 liters per hour, and for time periods of up to 150 hours. Important data have been obtained to investigate material and component performance and reliability, and to improve fluid and reaction control techniques necessary to achieve longer-term operation. JEA has also initiated a conceptual design study with a major Japanese producer of commercial scale sulfuric acid decomposer, which is the key equipment for the sulfur iodine process. Material selection, scale-up limits, structural design, and manufacturer feasibility were also studied. As a national objective, Japan aims to establish a coupling technology and perform hydrogen production test HTTR by 2030. Next. The contribution of Russian Federation aimed to assess economics of hydrogen production by different energy sources, including the Russian design HTGRs, and considering steam methane reforming and electrolysis methods. A review of Russian designed HTGRs was performed, identifying the MHRT and MHR100 designs as having most up-to-date economic data available. The characteristic parameters gathered during the review process were used to conduct a technical economic evaluation of hydrogen production costs in the following cases: the steam methane reforming and high temperature steam electrolysis with MHRT as energy source, steam methane reforming with HTGR200 as energy source, and alkaline electrolysis using electricity from operating nuclear power plants or from the grid. And HEAP tool was used for assessment of hydrogen production cost, and the multi-criteria assessment to optimize parameters for the selected case was conducted. Next. Saudi Arabia conducted a review and techno-economic analysis reporting advances on solid oxide electrolysis and advanced reactors, considering APR 1400 and HTRPM with near-term deployment for large-scale hydrogen production, and using relevant data acquired to develop HEAP case studies integrating SOE plant with this nuclear technology. A model of 1 megawatt electric SOE was developed, including a collection of relevant key technical and economic data. Although the performance of the high temperature SOE is very promising and competitive with a low temperature electrolyzer, the electrolyzer durability and capital cost are significant challenges that require further optimization in order to produce solutions that will meet market demand and will balance the trade-off between optimum efficiency, durability, and hydrogen production rate. Next. Turkey conducted a study to assess the economics and integration of hybrid thermochemical cycles to nuclear reactors with near-term deployment for hydrogen production. And the nuclear reactor technology considered were CANDU, SCWR, and HTGR. The study included also the effects of scaling of hybrid cycles, configuration, and hydrogen production cost. Cost comparison of the considered hybrid cycles with HTGR was accomplished and is illustrated in the figure here, and it can be seen that the hybrid sulfur cycle has the lowest hydrogen cost based on the results obtained with IEA HIP software. Turkey is still in its early phase to investigate the next generation of nuclear reactors, including small modular reactors, but has a high interest in hydrogen and synthetic fuels to decrease the financial import load of fossil fuels. Next. The contribution of United States to this CRP was to develop integration methods for each hydrogen production schemes, including steam methane reforming, low and high temperature electrolysis, the sulfur iodine cycle, and copper chlorine cycle with commercial PWR and BWR reactors. Also recently developed small modular reactors, and also planned HTGR and SCWR to perform scaling analysis for the integrated nuclear hydrogen production systems and techno-economic analysis and safety for the proposed integrated system. And the characteristic and the key parameters for heat and electrical power transfer of nuclear reactor technologies considered were identified. Then the operating characteristic of the hydrogen production plants were determined. The characteristics for each hydrogen production schemes were matched with those of the reactors, and based on appropriate matching of temperature, heat flux, and power, coupled systems were developed as integrated system. The energy transfer through intermediate heat exchanger or electrical supply units were designed for each integrated system, and operating models were developed for each system, enabling computation of the hydrogen generation function system parameters. And the benchmark you can see here on the figure, a benchmark between HIP, IEA HIP software, and another software assessing hydrogen production cost called H2A. For the system HTR, high temperature steam electrolysis was performed. Next slide. I will not read in detail, but this is just a testimony from two of the CSI on the value provided for them and for their countries by participating in this CRP. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation and thank everybody that listened to this. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Alina. Excellent talk. Was very informative, and we got a good sense of all the good research that has been going on in the hydrogen space by a lot of worthwhile top-notch institutions. So we have a couple questions. I'll take the first one, so to give you some rest, and after your talk. So there's actually three questions that are all very similar, and so I'll address all of them at the same time. The first one says, how competitive are the other applications of SMRs, such as in water desalination, hydrogen production, industrial heat generation, in addition to the non-generation of CO2? And somewhat related to this, there's two questions that are exactly the same, and essentially they ask if one can generate electrical energy together with other non-industrial, non-electrical applications. And so I'll answer all three together. The key here is that if you have a nuclear reactor and you can effectively utilize the waste heat from nuclear reactors, you actually have the potential for a very competitive generation system. Essentially, if you think of the conventional light water reactors that we're all very familiar with, you have a lot of thermal energy that's being generated in the core. And about 2/3, if you look at light water reactors, about 2/3 of that is waste. It gets thrown away into your ultimate heat sink that can be the atmosphere or a body of water if you have a river or a lake or the ocean. So those 2/3, so you are making out of 3,000 megawatt thermal, you're making 1,000 megawatt electric, and the other 2,000 you're throwing away. So this is a resource that if you manage to get to use, it's actually very, very effective. And so, of course, the waste, the temperature at the condenser, it's very low. It's essentially almost room temperature. And so that is generally not usable. And I'll make an exception later on for another question that comes out of this. But if you reject the temperature a little bit higher than the room temperature, let's say you have the ambient temperature at 20 or 30 Celsius, and instead for desalination with the modern MED multi-effect distillation facilities, you might be able to utilize effectively 60, 70 Celsius. So instead of going, you're still making electricity with most of the energy of your steam, but then when instead of going all the way down to 25 or 30 degrees Celsius with your condenser, you stop a little earlier. And that steam, you send it out to the cogeneration process. So that steam has very little value in terms of making additional electricity. It has low exergy, and also it's quite wet. So it also complicates the expansion in the last stages of the turbine. Instead, it can actually be effectively utilized for non-electric applications. Now, if you instead need very high exergy heat, for example, for some of the industrial processes that we have seen before that require 700-800 Celsius, then you need to utilize prime heat from your nuclear plant. And in that case, then you can perhaps utilize prime heat, and then with the exit of that process that might be at lower temperature, you can still make electricity. So yes, the answer is yes, you can make electricity and other products in general. And if you manage to do that in a very effective way, the process can be very effective and very competitive. So I hope that answers your question. Now, Alina had time to recover, so I'll pass her on the next question, which is, will the licensing for the case of non-electrical use of SMR be different from the current one? What do they expect in this aspect? Alina knows this because she ran a meeting last year on licensing of cogeneration projects. So she's quite versatile in this topic.
Thank you, Francesco, and thank you for the question. Indeed, licensing is one of the challenges posed by coupling the nuclear reactor technologies, and also in particular the emerging small modular reactors with the non-electric applications. So, and also the countries, the member states that are looking into considering this option would like to see this implemented first, so to have some experience based on the countries that already did this. So there are currently examples of this kind of coupling for cogeneration that can be used as an example, but there are still questions that needs to be addressed in terms of licensing. So how these are handled together, because especially when the two are cited together, the non-electric application facility, either hydrogen production or desalination, or so is cited in the immediate vicinity of the nuclear power plant. And what are for example, one of the questions that is open and has to be addressed in the safety assessment and also to prepare for licensing is what are the particular hazards imposed by citing the facility, the chemical facility in the case of hydrogen production in the vicinity of the nuclear reactor. I think I capture briefly this challenge regarding the licensing.
Yes, so I'll take the next one because it's related to what I just discussed before. Is there any prospect of using surplus heat from electricity production, nuclear, in the agribusiness sector? That's an interesting question that we don't hear very often. And I think it can be, this question can be answered in many different ways. One, of course, is when you produce desalinated water, that is a key ingredient for your agribusiness sector. So you cannot cultivate, as we all know, with salt water. You cannot use the ocean to irrigate. So if you need to develop thriving agricultural sector, or even animal rising sector, I don't know how it's called in proper terms, but zoological farming, you need a lot of water. So in that case, the desalination that you can do with nuclear plants can be quite effective. The other option that has been explored in the past was to utilize very low exergy heat, essentially sacrificing almost no electricity production. So going almost all the way down to the condenser temperature and use that to supply heat in greenhouses. And that is also another opportunity. I think there were some work that was done in the United States by the Tennessee Valley Authority for this work, and also another possibility is aquaculture. Some of the fish need certain temperature condition for proper breeding and so on, and the temperature of the discharge from the condenser is actually right there. So that could actually be utilized. But of course, transporting long distances, that heat with very low exergy turn out to be very difficult in terms of making the economics work. So of course, if you have a nuclear reactor right there and you have aquaculture facilities or large greenhouses nearby, that might actually be an interesting area to explore. And of course, one needs to see also the price of natural gas as a competitive alternative, because of course you don't need all the pipelines in that case, the pumping power and so on and so forth, that might be not worth it. So the economics needs to be investigated very carefully. I hope this answers your question. So, okay, I'll throw the next one at Alina. So Alina, the next one is pretty simple. Are the programs free to use?
Yes, they are free to use, and they are publicly available on IEA webpage. Francesco's presentation included already the links. And I can also put in the chat for the team organizers to distribute further or publish on the YouTube channel hosting this webinar. So both all our resources are free to use, the tools, the publications as well, and are available on the link that is available in Francesco's presentation, and also I will put in the chat.
And I have to add to that Frames, the last one, is not available. That's the only exception, because it's very new and it's a pretty complicated tool. So we keep it for the moment in-house. Also, it has not been fully tested, so we cannot distribute it outside. But for what Alina was mentioning is true for every other tool that we mentioned. So Heap, Deep, DTOP, WAMP, and so on. They are all free to download. It's developed for member states. So there's one question before I go to the next one that was repeated twice. So this one asked to comment on the opportunity of SMR to decarbonize marine transport. And I'll take this one, and then I'll let Benoit perhaps, or Alina, if anybody wants to jump in to add to what I say. So I think one way to do it is, of course, utilizing SMRs directly. And that is outside of my project. It's more relevant to what Benoit is doing, the SMR Direct group. You have seen the academic Lomonosov, for example. It's a floating nuclear power plant. It essentially is an SMR, floating SMR, so that can be utilized directly. And Benoit might be able to comment more on this. The other alternative that I'm going to comment on, the other aspect of this question, is instead if you utilize SMRs, for example, with electrolysis or high temperature electrolysis to make hydrogen, and then hydrogen in turn can be utilized directly in marine engines, perhaps hydrogen turbines, or you can actually make synthetic fuels. And then through that hydrogen, so it would be essentially a no carbon or zero carbon alternative, and then utilize those fuels for marine transportation. You hear a lot of talks about ammonia as a potential alternative to current maritime transportation. I think the modification to marine engines would be relatively small if you utilize ammonia, but you might have issues with NOx, the nitrogen oxides, that require strong catalysts to be abated. And with that, I stop on the synthetic fuel side, that's non-electric application side, and see if Benoit wants to continue on this Oralina. All right, thank you, Benoit. There's now, I would say, well, I'll just add that there was one ship, to my knowledge, that were at least two that were civil transport ships that utilized nuclear power. One was the U.S. Savannah, I think, in the United States, and I think it's been decommissioned now. So they are extracting the core, and it's over. And I think there was another one in Russia. So I'm not sure what happens with those two projects, but it didn't seem like it gained a lot of traction. It was proposed for civil power at some point, especially during the previous oil crisis. The next one is for Alina. So this is okay. The question is, in this work from Argentina, were comparisons made between HTGR and modular?
Sorry, the comparison were made between
HTGR, high temperature gas reactor, and modular.
Yes, so they consider, as I said, two of the German designs, specifically for the purpose of coupling with steam methane reforming, and also two of so HTRPM, the Chinese concept for high temperature reactor, and also the Japanese high temperature reactor. So they consider all these four designs. They made comparison based on HIP, IEA HIP tool.
Okay, thank you, Alina. Excellent. So we have just one more that's very easy. I'll take it. Says, I've seen there are no publications after 2015 on the publication item from Francesco's presentation. Aren't there any new publications since then? Well, the last one from 2015 was in the desalination area, and the answer is no. There weren't any publications since 2015 in the desalination area from the agency. We have a huge comprehensive list before that, And now we are starting new activities in that with the consultancy meeting that you saw yesterday. And stay tuned, because there has been a lot of development since that publication in 2015 in terms of technologies that are best suited to couple nuclear reactors with desalination facilities. So we have stuff that's going to come out in the pipeline. The 2015 publication summarized the result of the CRP, the Coordinated Research Project, that ran between 2009 and 2011. And since then, the world of the commercial desalination has changed a lot. So we definitely need to update our inventory there. Thank you for that publication. Okay, so I think at this point we are approaching the end of this session. There's one question that was more for the organizers, so I let them answer. Please, if this were possible, I would like to have access to the presentations made in the course to review them in my analysis and study. Thank you for your attention. So this is for the organizers to answer. And we have one question that, okay, we have one question for Benoit. Let's see if he can answer it very quickly. It says, which fuel can be considered the best cost benefit in the matter of SMR's reactors?
You're muted, Francesco.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I missed that one. Okay, so I was saying thank you, Benoit. That was a very effective and very compact question. I really an answer. I like your effectiveness in answering. And there's one single last question that came just now. It says, you guys have a guess about when they will run as industrial product? And we don't do guesses generally. But I can tell you that if you mean non-electric applications, they are already running. We have them. We have demonstration. You could see in my slide that we have 70 reactors with hundreds of years of experience, cumulative in using heat directly. So the answer is right there. They are already there. And with that, I think we are done with the session. We don't have any more questions and answers. So I think we can pass back the floor to the organizers. Thank you very much all for your attention and for staying with us during this presentation. I hope this was informative, and best of luck with all the innovation in terms of SMRs and future development for Brazil.